Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Morning, sir.
Okay, chalo then. Good morning. Good morning. So, any doubts in your conceptual framework, the format of the balance sheet P&L and IAS 16? Huh? See, as I mentioned, IAS 16 is not so important, but the basic you should know. What is the basic? First, the basic part which you should know is the cost part. What will be the cost? Detail will not be tested. Then we discuss this amortization table, a very important concept. So what does amortization table basically say? Discount the values and then record the payment over the period. Then we have seen capital expenditure will be part of the cost. Revenue expenditure will go to P&L operating cost. Then we have done a basic example regarding cost. Then I mentioned there are two methods. Initially, we recorded cost only. Subsequently, we recorded what? Cost or revaluation. It's a choice with the company. So, cost model basically says what? 10,000 minus 2,000. There is no such revaluation. Every year, this is the value. In case of revaluation model, what we do? In case of revaluation model, I consider the fair value of the PP and I record it. Whatever is the difference that will go to where? It will go to revaluation gain OCI. From OCI, it will go to OCE. And we have seen the rules also for revaluation. Then depreciation, I mentioned there are three methods: SLM, WDV, and units of production method. Now, in practical world, which method should we use? That depends upon the usage of the asset. If the asset is providing more benefit in the first few years, then we go with WDV. If the asset is providing equal benefits over the years, we use what? SLM. Sabko clear hai? When do we use SLM? If it is providing benefit over the period, SLM. WDV when? If the asset is providing more benefit in the initial years and after 5 years or 6 years, the asset will provide less benefit, we use WDV. And units of production method, this when we say that okay, the asset has a capacity of this many hours or these many units, on that basis we allocate. We have seen this. I mentioned what are the important points. Depreciation will be recorded under operating category. Non-current asset will be recorded at this value in the balance sheet. So till here we are done. Then we started with the discussion of component accounting. Component accounting basically means what? If a asset is there, significant parts will be there. If a asset is there, machinery, this machine will have a motor or some other part which will have a different useful life. We will depreciate using the useful life particularly to that asset or the component. Then I mentioned replacement of the component. Why will we replace a component? Can I say we will replace the component because of a major reason is that it's not working? A basic thing. So I mentioned this example that for 3 years we have calculated, then we have replaced this. When we replace, I take the old carrying amount, I take the carrying amount minus the value of that motor which I'm replacing plus the new value. So we get the revised carrying amount. Any doubts in this to anyone? No. Then depreciation. I mentioned the maximum depreciation we record is what? Depreciable amount. Depreciation on PP starts from the date the asset is available for use. Yes or no? Even though the asset is available, but the management is not using, we will charge depreciation. Understand that. Depreciation is charged to P&L. We have seen all this. Then maintenance cost, I mentioned penal. Replacement parts, major inspection overhaul. This overhaul is like a replacement of a component. Major inspection means it's as per the requirement of the laws. The government will say every 5 years you have to check whether the PP is working properly or not for the safety of public, etc. In that case, whatever is the inspection cost, that also will be depreciated for 5 years. If the government is saying for 5 years, 3 years, etc. Then we started a discussion regarding what? This one, cost model revaluation, cost minus accumulated depreciation. Then fair value, and I mentioned subsequent accumulated depreciation. Once I fair value, from this date, my depreciation will be new. So we have the excess depreciation. Then frequency of revaluation. Do we revalue every year? Yes, when? If the value is changing significantly. If not, 3 to 5 years. Most of the companies will try to value every year only. Then, sir, revaluation will apply to what? Class of asset. Now, what does class of asset means? Asset with same similar nature and use. And I mentioned if I have today 5 buildings and all I'm using for my office purpose. So for all this, either I have to follow cost model or revaluation model. I can't do cherry picking. A very important point for SBR. Then revaluation model. If today I have a revaluation gain, it will go to OCI. First time revaluation will go to OCI. First time revaluation loss will go to PNL because of prudence concept. Now after that, I say that in the first year we had a gain, sir, OCI. Sir, for the second time also we have a gain, that also will go to OCI. But by chance, if in the second time or the subsequent measurement we have a loss, in that case, what we do, whatever is the OCI, first we utilize that. If any excess is there, we'll go to PNL. Then the next one, if we have initially loss, we record in PNL. Yes, sir. Then if I say second time also, when you do subsequent, we have a PNL. What we take to PNL directly the loss. But I say if you have a gain, in that case, what we say? In that case, this gain will go to PNL of the amount that has been recorded as a loss. In this case, the loss is how much? 3,000. But after that, the gain was how much? 2,667. So this full gain will go to PNL. So this was the revaluation case. Any doubts till here? Till here, for everyone, it was clear. After that, 2 points, I was little bit fast. Yes or no, Purvi?
Sir, I was only till revaluation of this part. That's all. After that, I had left, sir. From here, I wasn't there.
This this one was clear to everyone? This? Yes or no, everyone? Say me. मेरे को लगा कि I am going fast yesterday. Let it take 5 to 10 minutes, but I'll go slow only. Till here, any doubts till here? The next part I will explain as Purvi Sahana left. So I thought that okay, let us do this again so that it will be clear. Okay? Now see here. Today I say I purchase a asset for 10,000. What is the useful life bete? 10 years. Depreciation is how much, sir? 1,000. Carrying amount will be how much? 9,000, sir. So now, can I say if the company is following revaluation model, I say the revalued amount is 12,000. So how much is the gain? So 3,000. This 3,000 will go to OCI revaluation surplus. Now, can I say after the revaluation, will I charge the depreciation on 10,000? No. I will charge the depreciation on what? 12,000 I mentioned. So 12,000 divided by 9. So how much is the remaining life? So 9. What is the depreciation I got? 1,333. So can I say my depreciation before revaluation is how much? Sir, 1,000. Once I revalue the asset, my depreciation is how much? 1,333. Can I say because of revaluation, my depreciation is increasing? A common sense point. So now depreciation normally where we record, sir? Normally we record in P&L only. We record in P&L, no issues there. But see now, sir, how much is the increase in revaluation? The increase in revaluation is what? 333. Now I gave an example. Assume what? Assume that PNL is a human being. If PNL is a human being, he will say what? He or she will say what? That if the gain is there, you're taking to OCI. Because of the gain, I am bearing a extra depreciation. Yes or no? So what will the OCI say? Okay. What is the one thing I can do? As I am the item of OCE, I cannot give the profit to the pin. I can't give the revaluation surplus to profit. So what will I do? Ultimately, this will go to retained earnings. Yes or no? Your retained earnings will come down by 333. So OCI or you say OC. Let me say OC. OC, that is your revaluation surplus, will say that I will transfer 333 to retained earnings. Can I say then automatically the retained earnings will come down? This is known as what? Excess depreciation amount is transferred. Sir, when should we follow this? If mentioned in the question. I have not seen such a question in SBR. But to explain you why I mentioned what? Reclassification, non-reclassification. Reclassification means what? Which will directly go to P&L and then come to retained earnings. Non-reclassification means directly it will go to P&L. And this revaluation surplus is a non-reclassification item. So it will say that I can't transfer to PNL, but what I will do a favor by transferring to retained earnings. Clear now everyone, the excess depreciation part? Okay sir. So see here now, transfer of revaluation reserve to retained earnings. Normally when I revalue the asset, can I say in my OCE there will be revaluation surplus? Normally every year I revalue. Let's take the OCE balance is now 3000. This is your revaluation surplus. Now normally what should we do, sir? This you should transfer to PNL. When? The first point I mentioned is what? That in this way, the excess depreciation format. The other way is what? When I dispose of the asset, I have to take that balance into PNL. So what will I say? When PP is derecognized or disposed of, transfer the whole revaluation reserve to retained earnings. So debit revaluation reserve, credit retained earnings. This is the default method. When I dispose of, some balance will be there. I will take that to retained earnings, not to PNL. The option 2 was what? Whatever is your excess depreciation over the years, as we use the asset, we can transfer. Clear everyone? Sahana, clear now? Okay then. So then we came to derecognition. Now you only say when should we derecognize any asset? In the conceptual framework we had learned, when will you derecognize an asset? You mentioned sir when future economic benefit is not there, when we sell the asset. For liability, what we mentioned? For liability, we had seen that there is no such obligation. Once you pay, you derecognize. Same way for PP, we derecognize when we dispose of, when no future economic benefits are expected from its use or disposal. So I mentioned when I dispose, I will have a gain or loss. So the carrying amount is 8,000, selling amount is 10,000. So can I say 8,000 is the amount I am selling this for 10,000? So what is this 2,000? 2,000 is the gain. Where will I take this to? Profit and loss on the sale of PP. Under which category? Operating category. And whatever is the balance in your revaluation reserve will be transferred to retained earnings. We have discussed this point. Clear to everyone? Then what is disclosure? In case of disclosures, what are the disclosure? Measurement basis, whether the company is using cost model, revaluation, useful life and depreciation rate, method of depreciation, and then a reconciliation statement. Reconciliation statement basically means like your passbook. In the passbook, we have no from 1st January till 31st December, what is coming in, what is going out. Same way for PP also, we have to prepare a reconciliation statement. So this was your basic of your IAS 16. I hope it is clear to everyone. So this was a question which I had given to you. Now let us do these two questions so that you have a better understanding. Please read the first question, everyone. Question number 6. As mentioned, these types of question will not come in SBR. Only for knowledge purpose so that you can understand IAS 38, IAS 40, IAS 36, IFRS 5. And what is important in your IAS 16? Component accounting and the revaluation only for SBR. Then reading everyone. Yes, chalo now. What are the questions saying? See, on 1st April 2008, the fair value of X property was how much? $100,000. That means they are following fair value. That means the company is using revaluation model. with a remaining useful life of 20 years. So 20 years. X follows the revaluation model from the property, plant and equipment and revalues at each year end. At 31st March 2009, the property's fair value had decreased to 86,000. Now, can I say we are standing on what date? We are on 1st April 2008. How much is the value here? Sir, 100,000. Can I say what is the remaining life? 20 years. I should depreciate or not? We have to depreciate. Even though fair value model do not say me, sir, depreciation will not apply. Fair value cost model depreciation will apply for PP. But when we come to IS 40, we will see rules are different then. So how much is this? Can I say my depreciation is how much? 5,000 per year. So then, sir, how much will be the carrying amount? Can I say the carrying amount will be 95,000? So in PNL, what will I record? Depreciation I will record of 5,000. And sir, they mentioned that the revalued amount is what? 86,000. 86,000. Now you only say me what is the loss here now?
9,000.
9,000. This 9,000 generally will go where? PNL. Yes or no, everyone? But in the question, they have mentioned what? Wait a see here. Additional information, the revaluation surplus. Can I say a revaluation surplus balance is there of 220,000 relating entirely to this property? Understand? If a revaluation surplus or loss is there, it can be used by the same property only. You can't say I have some other property, I will offset with that. That is not allowed. So can I say instead of this now, what will I say now? What is the entry I will pass for depreciation? So debit depreciation, credit
Accumulation.
accumulated depreciation. Now what should I do? I should reverse this so that my value of the asset will come to what? 95,000. Then only it will come to 95,000. Now can I say a loss is there? So debit credit, what will I say? Sir, the value of the asset is decreasing by 9,000. Now will we take this full 9,000 to P&L? No. This already has a balance. I mentioned that if there is any balance which is there, we should use it. So can I say what will I say? Debit revaluation surplus, that is your OCI by 9,000. So what will I record in P&L? I will record this. I will say in OCI we have a revaluation loss of 9,000, and in balance sheet what will I say? I will say non-current asset is how much now? 86,000. And what we say in equity? Under equity revaluation surplus balance will become 20,000 minus 9,000. It will become 11,000. A very simple part for your understanding purpose.
सर बाकी सब कुछ समझ में आ रहा है लेकिन हम लोग डेप्रिसिएशन का अमाउंट रिवर्स क्यों किए?
डेप्रिसिएशन का अमाउंट क्यों रिवर्स किए? ओके बेटे,
हम लोग तो सर डेप्रिसिएशन चार्ज करेंगे तभी 95,000 हमारा वैल्यू आएगा, राइट?
यस डेप्रिसिएशन 9 अभी 95,000 कैसे आया बेटे? हमने असेट को रिड्यूस किया क्या इस एंट्री में? डिड वी रिड्यूस द वैल्यू ऑफ द असेट इन दिस एंट्री?
नहीं.
No. So what I'm saying, I mentioned accumulated depreciation is what? A basket in which we store the depreciation. And this depreciation we will take and reduce the value of the asset. Okay. Na? So I say 5,000. Array just it's complicated khali extra ek journal entry. Other than this, the answer will be same only. Normally in class 11th and 12th, we are doing what? Debit, depreciation, credit asset. But what should we do now here? We should create an account, accumulate where depreciation will be stored. Then that depreciation that account we will use to reduce the value of the asset. Simple.
Sir, so every time we do revaluation, we will have to change the depreciation of the asset as well?
Yes. Whenever you do revaluation, the depreciation. Now, if I say next year depreciation will be based on what? 86,000. Here, this also was a revalued amount. So, remaining life is what? 19 years. As and when you do depreciation, the depreciation will be based on the revalued amount. Clear, bete? So, with this question is done. So, now please read this part.
Sir, there's a second part as well to the first question. If
Yes,
there is no
yes, yes.
opening revaluation
Explain
surplus.
how the accounting treatment would differ if there is no opening revaluation surplus. Now you only say, if opening is not there, if there is no opening balance, what will you do? Can I say
Charge it to profit.
charge the revaluation loss to
PNL.
P&L? So now you only say what will be the P&L part. Can I say P&L depreciation of 5,000? Now what will I say here? I will say revaluation loss. How much is this? 9,000. Will I take this to OCI? No. I will not take to OCI. I will directly take to P&L. In balance sheet, what we will have? Your non-current asset will be how much? 86,000. Will there be any OCI? Nothing will be there. Beta.
1 minute, can you scroll little up?
Question part?
Solution only, 1 minute.
Okay, beta. As I mentioned, calculation will be very less from the first five standards which I will be doing. And I will say what are the questions? 99.99% question will come from that only. Yes, sir, for understanding purpose. So that you know, if you are doing SBR, you should know what is OCI, where will revaluation gain go, loss go. If someone will ask you, you have done your SBR paper, but malum nahi ki us revaluation gain is what, where, what will go. I've seen students who have cleared SBR, but उनको basic question पूछते हैं ना, they will not be able to answer.
सर आजकल सब कुछ गूगल पे मिल जाता है जब एंट्री पास करना है।
वो तो है ही है. Done everyone the question? I hope everyone have understood the revaluation part. So now please read the next question regarding derecognition. Delimited purchase of property on 1st January 2000 X4 for what? $750,000. Okay, sir. The property had a useful life of 10 years, yes, and no residual value. The company follows which model? Revaluation in accordance with IAS 16 property plan and equipment. At 31st December, that is at the end of first year, the property was revalued to $810,000, resulting in a revaluation gain of what? 135. Is this right? No. Then, which was recognized in OCA and credited to revaluation surplus. They are mentioned, no issues in that. There was no change in the asset useful life. Okay, asset useful life was not changed, it was same. And D Limited does not make a transfer for excess depreciation on revaluation. So what they are saying? Are they doing the transfer here? I mentioned two things. How can you take this OCI to retain earnings? The first one was when we dispose of the asset. The other method was what? Excess depreciation. And they mentioned L does not make a transfer. On 31st December, the company disposed of the property for $900,000. Explain how the disposal of previously revalued property should be accounted for. Include in your answer the treatment of revaluation surplus and gain or loss. So now, chalo, let me start with this. So what is first day? First Jan 2000 X4. What is the value today, sir? 750,000. So this after 1 year, what is the value here? 810. So they have recorded a revaluation surplus of how much? 1
60.
135, not 60. Why? Can I say why they have recorded 135? You only see 750,000 divided by how much is it? 10 years. So 75,000 is the depreciation. So what will be the carrying amount? The carrying amount will be 750,000 minus 75,000. It is 675,000.
Okay.
And the revaluation amount is, so you're getting 135 only as the revaluation gain. But they have directly given, but I have explained you also this part. Now, can I say from 31st? Can I say from the next year, 1st Jan 2000 XY? Will I charge revaluation on 750? Will I charge revaluation on 675 or 810? I will charge this on 810. So divided by what is the remaining useful life? 9 years. The depreciation is 90,000. So how much is the value at 31st? 12, 2000, 2000 x5, 72,000, sir. But see the question they have mentioned, when we are disposing of this, we are disposing on 31st December. But can I say we are at what date? 31st December 2000 x5. So we should calculate the value at that date. So how much this will be? 1st Jan 2000 x6, sir. Now you only say, have they revalued again? Have they mentioned any revaluation amount? Nothing they have mentioned. So the depreciation will continue. So can I say here divided by 8 years? Not this one. So not, it is SLM, no? So the depreciation will be what? Same only 70 to 90,000. 90,000. What is my carrying amount? My carrying amount will be what?
630.
810 minus 90,000 minus 90,000. So how much is this? 630 is my carrying amount. Now at what value we have disposed of? We have disposed of the property for what, sir? 900,000. So you only say me disposal is of 900,000. So how much is this difference? 270,000. So where we will record this? P&L as a gain. So what will I say for 2000 x6? Can I say for 2000 x6? You should write down in sentence, depreciation will be recorded. How much is the depreciation that will be recorded for last year, sir? 90,000. Then what I say? Can I say gain on sale of PP 270,000 will be recorded in P&L under operating category. Then you will say what? The revaluation surplus in your OCE will be transferred to what? Transferred to your retained earnings.
सर उसका फिगर भी तो देना होगा ना, रिवैल्यूएशन सरप्लस का
Yes.
क्या अमाउंट हम लोग
Yes,
ट्रांसफर?
yes. How much is that amount? We have seen
1 लाख
135.
1,35,000.
So with this, I hope you have a good understanding regarding IAS 16. The important points I've already mentioned. Cost model, revaluation, component accounting is important here. Where will depreciation go, gain or loss, and the transfer. If excess is there, we take to retain earnings. So with this, your IAS 16 is done.
So can you explain that how did the 135 come again?
Okay, beta. See here now. Can I say, Sahana, 135 was recorded in revaluation surplus or not, beta? When we revalued the asset.
Mm,
This will go in what? Can I say it will go to OCI? From OCI, it will go to OCE under revaluation surplus.
mm,
Then can I say once you dispose of the asset, can I say still this is pending in OCE or not?
mm.
So you will transfer this to retain earnings directly. Beta. That only we have done here. Whatever is the balance, once you dispose of the asset, whatever is the balance that will go to retain earnings.
Okay.
Okay, beta. So with this, any doubts in IS 16 to anyone? I hope नहीं किसी को कुछ doubts नहीं रहेगा. As mentioned, important points are 5 to 6 points which you have to keep in mind so that the other parts will be easy. Now, chalo, this is done. Now I will be starting with your IFRS 13, a very important standard for your exam. Write down, please. IFRS. Just make rough notes. As mentioned, notes I will be sharing, so there will be no such issues in that. Now, IFRS 13. Very important for SBR. Last attempt also question. Normally, every exam, this will be tested in one or the other set. And there are 3 to 4 types of questions that will come in the exam. I will say, write down the basic points, get marks, do the calculation, enjoy. Simple. So now, the name of the standard is what? Fair value. Now, where did we learn this fair value?
So measurement.
Measurement and conceptual framework.
Yes, under measurement. Can I say under measurement also under current value we have learned fair value, and I mentioned that we will. Now this IFRS 13 is the standard regarding fair value. Now, where did we use fair value? In any standard did we use fair value? Can I say in the just now we have done IAS 16. Can I say in that IAS 16 we have used the known as term fair value? Now a question mark will come in your mind. Sir, fair value कैसे calculate करें sir? How should we calculate fair value? Yes or no? Now see, this fair value is that it is used in lot of standards. Your IAS 16, IAS 38, IAS 40, a lot of other standard the fair value is used. So now this standard IFRS 13 will only say what? Will only guide you regarding the calculation for fair value. What it will do? It will only help to how to determine the fair value. This standard will help. When to apply? When to apply fair value? Will the standard teach you? No, Baba. The standard will not teach you when to apply fair value. This will be based on as per IS and IFRS respective standard. So what is the first thing? The first thing is that sir, IFRS 13 will not say the accounting treatment. Accounting treatment is mentioned in the respective standard. But this standard will only teach you the calculation of fair value. Why they have created a separate standard? Because in every standard, the concept of fair value is used. So every standard, it is difficult to write down the rules and regulations for the calculation of fair value. So instead, they have done what? They have created one standard and they have mentioned these are the principles which you should follow to calculate the fair value. Now coming to the basic term, let us, what does the term value means? If you understand these two words, standard is done, Baba. What does the term value means? Value basically, can I say in monetary terms? The basic things, monetary terms. Abhi, what does the term fair means?
The reasonable,
The actual
जो
cost.
actual picture बताए.
Actual picture. Okay. If I say today you are selling TV, you are selling any item, TV, fridge, etc. I say that I need the fair value of the TV. So when I say I need the fair value of the TV, what will you say? How will you identify the fair value? Think that you have no understanding regarding IFRS 13. Just think, if you have a PP today, how will you calculate the fair value? What will you do?
So if we sell it, then how much we'll get?
Yes, when you sell it. Okay, Sahana is saying that when we sell it. Now, is it compulsory to sell to get to know the fair value? No, I will pretend as if I am selling so that I can get to know the fair value. Now, when I'm selling this, if I say you are selling an asset to me, I have a gun. I am saying that I am keeping a gun on the table. I am saying that sell this PP to me. Now, if you say 10,000, I will say 2,000. Will you agree or not? First point, you will say no, sir. In the market, the value is how much? 10,000. But if I have a gun on the table, gun is there. There is no one around you.
That will be the price.
Then you will sell me at 2,000, to save your life. A simple point. Now you only say, is this a fair thing which I am doing? Will this be fair value? No. So fair basically means what here? Can I say it should be based on market. If I say that today you know me, you say, sir, we know you, so we will give you 2000 off. Will that also be considered fair? Nahi, Baba. Fair means based on the market, general market terms. So, can I say when I'm selling an asset, when I say fair value, that means there should be no relationship. See, even though relationship is there, if you're selling at fair value, no issue. Whatever is the market term. So, the fair value is focusing on what? Market. Can I say this is clear to everyone? So if you have understood this, your IFRS 13, the basic logic is done. Now you only say, I say one more basic question to everyone. I say I have a PP today. My carrying amount is how much? 10,000. Sir. I need the fair value here. So when I need the fair value, I say that I am saying that the fair value of this is 12,000. But in the market, the other people are saying that the fair value is 13,000. I am saying that it is 12,000 because I am selling to a buyer, etc. He is saying that I will purchase at 12,000. But in general market, the asset will be traded at 13,000. You say me, which is the fair value here?
13,000.
13,000, a basic question to everyone. Okay, sir. If I say today, I say that I am planning to sell this. I am planning to sell to one of my friend for 15,000. Now I say that you are selling me an iPhone. मेरे को कुछ भी I have no idea regarding iPhone. In market, the iPhone is traded at 13,000 and you are selling me at 15,000. Will this 15,000 be fair value? What will be the fair value then?
13,000.
13. Can I say in the first two cases which I mentioned here, every time the logic was from which point of view? From the market point of view or from the entity's point of view?
Market.
Entity.
There's these two cases I'm saying. This is market. These two things. Can I say this two calculations which I mentioned, 12,000 and 15,000? This was the from the point of view of as a seller? Yes or no? From my perspective, I'm saying, am I saying from the market perspective? No, I'm saying what? Based on the entity. Now you only say when you consider fair value, do you consider what is the entity saying or do you consider what is the market saying?
You should
Market.
consider what the market's saying.
What is the market saying? Now all the questions in the fair value will be based on this market only. Now we will come to this in detail now. So clear with the basic part? Yes, sir, clear. Now, please see here now. IFRS 13 fair value. IFRS 13 determines the calculation of fair value of asset liability required by many IS and IFRS. Scope. This standard will cover all such requirement of another standard where fair value measurement is needed. But IFRS 13 will not apply to these four things. Your IS to NRV. I hope everyone knows. IS to inventory. Inventory is valued at lower of cost or NRV. There this will not apply. Sir, why? We will come to that logic when we do IS2. Sir, IS 36 impairment. There you do calculation of value in use. Now, where did we learn the concept of value in use? Can I say again under current value only measurement? I mentioned replacement cost, fair value, value in use. Again, this will not apply. IFRS 2 share based payment. Here you have fair value of the option. For that also we will not apply this standard. There we will apply your AFM logic. IFRS 16 also we will not consider the fair value. So just write down in basic. So fair value will not apply to. I will say here IFRS 13 will not apply to IS2 inventory, IFRS 2 share based payment, IS 36 under that value in use, and then we say IFRS 16. This is the basic part. Now coming to the definition of this. Please understand the definition. The definition only will clear each and every point. So let me write down this. Fair value is the price. Fair value is the price to I will write down to sell an asset or paid to transfer a liability between market participants between market participants in an orderly transaction on a measurement date. Very important, you have to learn this 1 marks. Whenever a question comes regarding fair value, you have to write down this. Now see here now. There are a lot of things which we have to discuss. The first thing is price. Then we have to discuss what does the term market means. Then we have to discuss participants. Then we have to discuss orderly transaction. Then we have to discuss measurement date. Important points in this which you have to discuss. Now, what does a price means? A basic question to everyone. Today, if your mom is saying to bring 1 kg of apple, what will you do? Blinkit, Zepto, वही है अभी तो. Yes or no? But I say that is not available. Then what is the other thing you do?
I will go to the nearest fruit shop and ask for the price.
Yes, okay. Now you only when you go to the nearest fruit shop, will you get the true value of that asset?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Others, what is your thinking?
The vendor might say more than what's actually there for his own profit.
Okay. Now I say that today if you buy 1 kg of apple near your house, it will cost you 110. But if you travel 2 kilometers and you go to the big market basically what where apples are sold in huge quantity. There the price is 80. Now you only say which should be now when considering fair value, will the fair value be 110 or 80?
So convenience charge will also apply, no?
Yes?
Like मार्केट तक जाने का खर्चा भी इंक्लूड होगा ना उसमें तो फिर
हाँ वो आएंगे खर्चा क्या होगा क्या नहीं विल कम टू दैट पॉइंट बट एज ऑफ नाउ व्हाट डू यू थिंक फेयर वैल्यू कौन सा होगा
80.
80.
80 why 80 you only think can I say this 110 was convenient to you this was based on your thing was this based on the market no so can I say to get the true value here we have to refer to market now sir under market there are two types of market principal market most advantageous market we will come to this all sir detailed discussion we will do this so now price means what sir price basically means exit price that means see here now the term is what you're betting to sell yes or no to sell an asset to sell an asset means what to exit it is not the purchase price understand can I say there could be a difference in the purchase price and exit price so here the standard consider exit price, not purchase price. Now or paid to transfer a liability. Now in case of transfer a liability, does the term transfer and settlement are same? Does transfer and settlement Are transfer and settlement both the same? Does the term transfer and settlement is same or different? Both are different, are not equal. So here the standard is speaking about or saying about transfer, not settlement. The first. So transfer, because what I say, I have a liability today of $100,000. Now I want to sell this. If I want to sell this, I am selling to you. If I sell this to you or if I transfer to you, in that case, will I pay or you will pay me?
Sir, I will pay.
I say that today I have 100,000 of liability to pay someone. I say after 3 months I have to pay a person $100,000. Now I say that $100,000, please can you pay me? You will pay free of cost or will you say
No,
something?
I will charge some amount.
You will charge some amount. When you charge that amount, will the amount be same of $100,000 or something extra you will charge? Extra you will charge. So can I say here in case of fair value of the liability it will be what? The amount which a person pays to transfer the liability. So that is the reason we say what? Or paid to transfer a liability. Between what, sir? Between market participants. Now, which market? So, principal market, most advantageous market. We will come to this. What is principal most advantageous? Participants. Now, these participants should have what, sir? These participants should have knowledge. What they should have? They should have knowledge. The participant should be independent, willingness to transact. What I have written, let me use the same words I have written here. KWA, I will write down that only. No need to know this in detail, write down the short form. So that means what? As a market participant, now if I say you have no idea about apples, and if you're going to purchase apple, will you get the true value of that? No. If someone is saying 300 rupees kg also, you will pay income because you have no idea. If I say today I want to purchase an iPhone and I have no idea, someone is saying iPhone will cost 3 lakhs rupees, you give me, I will give you. So what will I do? I will give 3 lakh rupees and take the iPhone. Now in this case, do I have knowledge regarding this? No. So when coming to your fair value, the standard is saying that what you should have a knowledge regarding the participant, the buyer and seller should have what knowledge regarding that item. If there is no knowledge, can I say you will pay more and the other party will be happy by selling it at a higher value? So that will not be the fair value. To be a fair value, participant, that the party buyer and seller should have the knowledge regarding that, and they should be independent. Independent basically means what? All this independent basically means what? Write down. The sale should not be under a stress, should not be a forced sale. All these are the factors. Yes or no? If today I see I am in a need of money and I'm selling the asset. If I am in a need of money and I'm selling the asset, can I say this is wrong? Will this be the fair value? Today in the market, the value basically is $10,000, but I'm saying I'm in need of money. You give me 6,000, I will give the asset to you. That 6,000 will not be the fair value. To be fair value, it should be an independent transaction. There should be no such problems here. I hope this is also clear. Now, what does orderly transaction means? Now, what does arm's length transaction means? What does arm's length transaction means? Can I say the transaction should be fair as per market terms? Simple. Now, when coming to the calculation of fair value, will the calculation of fair value be calculated for a period? No, the fair value is calculated particularly on a date. So the fair value will not be for a period. If I say today the fair value is 200, after 3 days, 4 days, the fair value will change. So the fair value is not calculated for the period. Fair value is calculated on a particular date. So now is the definition clear to everyone? So basically fair value means what? Sir, the amount or the price which we get to sell the asset or which we pay to transfer a liability between market participants in a orderly transaction on a measurement date. That means particularly on which day? On the day when we need the fair value, on that day, what is the value in the market we will consider, not for the entire period. So with this, I hope this is clear to everyone, the basic. A very important point which you have to consider. Now let me take an example. I say I have Reliance shares. I have 10,000 Reliance shares. Now I need to calculate the fair value. If I want to calculate the fair value, how will I calculate the fair value?
I will check on NSE base.
Can I say we will check on the stock market? The basic thing. Now can I say stock market also you have NSE and BSE? Yes or no? Now I say on NSE the price is 2000. On BSE the price is this one. Now which will be the fair value?
The one which we buy, sir. Like if we buy from NSE, then NSE price.
So one has a large number of participants and active.
One which has more participants.
One which has more participants. So will you just see the amount and decide which is my fair value? Will you say that fair value will be 2010? No. The value will be calculated based on what? The number of transactions. I say in NSE, the number of transactions or the shares that are traded per day are 20 lakh and here it is 19 lakhs. Can I say which one we will say? Can I say what will be your fair value? So the fair value will be what? 2000. Even though the price in BSE is more, but can I say the number of participants trading in NSE are more? So we will consider that one as the this one. So this will be known as what? This is known as your, this will be known as what? Principal
Principal
market.
market.
So what is principal market? What is principal market, sir? Market
If transactions are high.
transactions are high. Clear to everyone? So it's very easy, yes or no? So market means a principal market where the transactions are very high. So I will go to that market. I will see the buyer and seller are trading at what price. That will become my principal market. Principal that will become my fair value. Now a question to everyone. I say that I say the same example now. NSE, BSE. The price is 2000. I say the number of transactions. The number of transactions understand, huh? 20 lakhs, here also 20 lakhs. Now you only say how will you decide now?
Which is most advantageous?
Most advantages. Okay. Now what does most advantageous means now? Now you only say which one is the most advantageous for you. Huh? Which will provide the most benefit to you?
The
NSE
BSc.
or BSc?
BSc.
So BSc. In that case, what will I say? BA. This is basic. I have not yet come to the standard. What is the standard saying? This is a basic logic of what is most advantageous market and what is your now. Now you only say when should we follow most advantageous market with the example?
When we don't know the principal market.
Yes or no? I did not mention anything. I did not come to the standard. Now, with the example only, you only say what will the standard say? The standard will say the priority should be given to which market first?
Principal market.
Principal market. If principal market is not available or if there is a confusion in principal market, then we use what? Most advantageous market. So is this clear? When should we use principal market? When should we use most advantageous? With this example, principal market should be given the priority. Sir, if there is a confusion, we are not able to identify which is the principal market. See, as of now, I have considered what your NSE, BSE. There could be other stock markets also. So it is difficult. In that case, you use most advantageous market. So what are the two types of markets, sir? Principal market, the market where the transaction are very high. But what is most advantageous market? You only say me. Can I say market which maximizes return from the sale of the asset? And for liability, what will I say? For liability, I say minimizes. See, I have not mentioned anything. You are only saying. So just think with logic and the conceptual framework linked to it. Each and every standard will become so easy, so that it's there is no need to by heart also the what is principal market, what is most advantageous market. So I hope सबको clear है. Okay then, chalo then. Now coming to the next example. Now an important point which I have to explain you. When we calculate the fair value, we should consider asset specific restriction, not entity specific restriction. A very important point. Question will come from this point only as a confusing part. Now, what does this point means? When we calculate the fair value, we should consider the asset specific restriction, not entity specific restriction. Anyone?
So it's similar to the apples.
Similar to apples? Okay, okay. I say this is a piece of land. It's a piece of land. Now, when I say the fair value, or not, I will not take this. Let me take a example of a car only so that you'll understand in a better way. Today I have a car. I want to calculate the fair value of this. When I want to calculate the fair value of this, what is the point I will keep in the mind and calculate the fair value? Market. I will say, sir, we will keep market point of view. Now I say that I am saying this car is with me. I say that I will use for my personal use. Personal use. When I say which one? I have not yet explained only, no. Sahana, what happened? Sahana, you're laughing. Huh?
Nothing, I'm good.
I say I have a car. I want to calculate the fair value of this. As per the market, this car can be used for a lot of things. but I say that I will use for my personal use. I will not use for, I will not give this, or I will not use this as a taxi. I will use for my personal use. But you only say when I calculate the fair value of this, will the market consider this point of view or not? Market will think what? Market will say wherever the benefit is more, we will consider that. But here, can I say as an entity, assume me as an entity, can I say I am keeping a restriction here? The restriction is what? I am saying that I will use this for my personal use. But when I calculate the fair value, I will consider what? The market factors also. The market will say that the fair value of this car will be more when I use this for taxi purpose. Now, a question to everyone: this car is a financial asset or non financial asset?
Non-financial asset.
Non financial asset. So, this, wait little bit. Once I come to this topic, non financial asset, you will understand in detail. Now, an example to everyone. I will take the example of land only again. Let me take. This is a land. This land can be used for residential purpose, agriculture purpose, commercial purpose. Now, when I want to calculate the fair value of this, as per market, they will decide on what basis? Can I say they will say whichever gives the highest benefit? We will choose that one. Now, you only think which one will give the highest benefit here?
Commercial, sir.
Commercial? Yes or no, everyone? So, commercial will give. But today I say that the company is saying that this land which we have, no, funds are not available with the company. Funds are not available. If funds are not available with the company, they are saying that we will use this as per residential and agriculture only. We will not use for commercial purpose. Now you only say when this company is calculating the fair value, will this company only consider these 2 points, or the company should consider all these 3 points? All three, yes or no? Why I mentioned fair values from the market point of view, not from the entity's point of view. Now understood. What is the entity's restriction here? The entity is saying that we do not have money, we will not be able to construct a mall or a shopping mall or use this for commercial purpose. So this means what? Whenever fair value is calculated, entity specific restriction will be ignored. Asset specific restriction will be considered. Now, this was a basic understanding. Now, considering the asset specific, government is saying that this land cannot be used for agriculture purpose. Now, you only say this agriculture, will this be a entity restriction or asset restriction only?
Asset restriction.
Asset restriction. Yes or no, everyone? So now you only say when you calculate the fair value, will you consider this one agriculture part? No, Baba, we will remove this. Now, asset restriction should be considered. Consider means what? We will say that okay, I will not be able to use this. We will not consider this for the fair value calculation. So there is a difference, understand. We will do questions at that time, it will be clear. So when we calculate the fair value, we should consider asset specific. Can I say the restriction on this land is what, sir? That it cannot be used for agriculture purpose. So we remove it. But when I calculated the fair value for this land for the company, can I say I will consider what? Residential and commercial purpose. Even though the company is saying what, we do not have funds, but from the market point of view, I will say we will consider these 2 points. Clear to everyone? This simple point. When we calculate the fair value, we should consider asset specific restriction, not entity specific. So what were the asset specific here? Agriculture, I've considered it. I'm not using that to calculate my fair value. But on the other way, can I say entity specific? I'm ignoring it. I'm considering it. Clear to everyone this point? I hope this is clear to everyone. So now please see here now. Okay. So see here now. When determining fair value, what is the first preference we should give, sir? Principal market. The second preference should be given to most advantageous market. Now, what is principal market? Market where the asset and liability is transacted with high volume. So what is most advantage? Market where the net amount received on the sale of the asset is maximized for liabilities minimized after considering transaction cost and transportation cost. Now a question to everyone. One more question. So now you only say, sir, fair value is entity specific or market specific?
Market specific.
Markets.
Market. So you have to write down this in your answer. A lot of time we have seen 0.5 marks or 1 marks will be there. So you have to write down. So what is the first point you have to learn? Sir, what is fair value? Fair value is the price which we receive to sell a asset or pay to transfer a liability in a orderly transaction between market participants at measurement date. Even though you're not able to write down this full, write down the basic. Then you should say what fair value is based on market specific, not entity specific. And if a question comes in a such a way that they are considering asset or entity restriction, you have to mention that. We will do that. No. Then you have to mention what is principal market or most advantageous market. If a question is from this topic. Now coming to a point. Transaction cost, transportation cost. Now please apply your judgment or the learning which we have done till now. Transaction cost is an entity specific or market specific? Transportation cost is an entity specific or market specific? Can I say transaction cost is what, sir? Can I say it depends upon the entity? If today a broker is there, I say I will pay you 10%. Some company will pay, say we pay 12%. Some will say 8%. So it depends based on entity. Do we consider this to calculate the fair value? No. Now this transportation, can I say it is based on the market? To take this PP from my location to the market, there is a cost. So this will be based on market to market. So when we consider the fair value, we should consider what? Transportation cost. Clear to everyone? So now, what is the fair value? Fair value is what, sir? Market price minus.
Sir, isn't it opposite? Sir, transaction is determined by the market, right? Transportation is entity.
Okay. Sahana is saying sir transaction. Now, what is the transaction cost you will incur to sell an asset? Can I say commission, etc.? Brokerage
But
commission.
so if you go in stock market now, the transaction is based on the SEBI or something. It's not based on the entity.
Okay, coming to this point, you mentioned that sir transaction cost is based on what? Is the transaction cost decided by whom? Abhi nahi bhai. Explain then. Let us see. Now you only say that transaction cost, can I say it depends from broker to broker. Some broker will say we'll charge 0, some will say 0.1. Now you only say me. Is this as per market or your broker? Basically what? Broker. Do not include your SEBI that you have some other GST part, etc. Do not include that.
Then in that case, transportation also depends on entity to entity, right?
Huh? Yes.
Transportation also depends from entity to
Oh,
entity.
transportation depends to entity to entity. Now I say that this is your house and this is the place you have to reach. It is 1 kilometer. Now this is the other market where you're getting good price. Can I say because the market is too far, you have to travel to this? Can I say the distance is based on what factors?
Okay, like that. Okay, sir.
Like that. Abhi samajh mein aaya?
Yeah.
So market. Now you only say fair value is what? Market price minus transaction cost or transportation?
Transportation.
Transport. I'm going very slow. So fair value will be this one. So please see now. So everyone have understood. See now what is fair value? Price of the asset or liability less in your exam most of the time asset only will come, liability we will see less transportation cost. So see here now, transportation cost means the cost that would be incurred to transport the asset from the current location to the principal or most advantageous market. Transaction cost should be considered only while determining the most advantageous market. Transaction cost is the entity specific you have mentioned. Now, sir, in most advantageous market, what should we follow? So please see. In principal market, can I say it was easy or not? Price of the asset you take minus the transport. But But when we come to most advantageous market, what is the first thing we have to consider? You mentioned what's a maximum benefit. How should you calculate the maximum benefit? To calculate the maximum benefit, first we have to take what? Market price minus transaction cost minus transportation cost. This is your step one. Why do we do this step one? Can I say to calculate what is the maximum benefit? In which market we do have a maximum benefit? Then what is the step two? Step two is what? Fair value cal. So in fair value, do we consider which one? Transportation cost. Clear to everyone? So what is the difference? The difference is what? In most advantageous market and principal market, directly we calculate market price minus transportation cost. But when coming to most advantageous market, first identify which market is giving you maximum benefit. How will you identify? Market price minus transaction minus transportation. Once you get, okay sir, this is the market, then you calculate the fair value. Do not consider this. In March attempt question came, many students did this mistake, even though after seeing 7 mark question was straightforward regarding this in March attempt. So please avoid this silly mistake. Clear to everyone? So now please see here now what are the type of questions that will come in your exam form. Can I say this is the first type of question which I mentioned here? How to answer IFRS 13 question. First, what should we write down? I mentioned link the IS and IFRS. First, you'll write down what? Fair value is the price that would be received to sell an asset or paid to transfer a liability in a orderly transaction between market participant or measurement date. If time is very less, just write down this one. If time is less, 1 marks. You will get technical marks to write down this point. Then, sir, fair value is what? Market specific, not entity specific. This varies 0.5 to 1 marks depending upon the marking scheme. If the question, let's say for 3 marks or 4 marks, then there will be no marks for this. If the question is for 7 to 8 marks, then the first type of question is what, sir? Principal and most advantageous market. Principal market means the market with the greatest volume and level of activity for the asset or liability. Fair value is what? Market price minus transportation cost. Sir, the priority will be given to principal market. If principal market is not available, then most advantageous market. The market that maximizes the value of the asset for liability minimizes after taking into account transaction and transportation. So how should you identify most advantageous market? I have mentioned this. Then I mentioned this one. Any doubts to anyone in this? No? So can I give the first question to you? So please see this, everyone. An asset is sold in two different active markets at different price. An entity enters into a transaction in both markets and can access the price in those markets for the asset at measurement date as follows. Market 1, market 2. What is the fair value if market 1 is the principal market? Now you only say if market 1 is the principal market, what will you say?
So 24. We'll say price minus transportation cost.
Just Just subtract the transport cost.
Just subtract the
Transport cost.
transportation cost. Okay, others?
Yes, sir, same.
Same? Okay. Can I say they've already mentioned here market 1 is the principal market. Yash, was there any data to decide which is the market? Principal market? No, directly they have mentioned. So what will be the amount here fair value, sir? 26 minus 2, 24. Any doubts to anyone? So how will you write down? You will write down the first thing. Fair value is the price that would be received to sell an asset or paid to transfer a liability. Then you will write down it is a market specific, not entity specific. Principal market is the market where the volume is very high. Then you'll write down fair value is what? Market price minus transportation cost. This is our fair value. Now for the B one, if no principal market, for B it is 23. Okay. For B, what is the first thing we have to do? First, you will write down same thing. What is the first thing? Fair value definition market. Then you will say principal market is not available. So we have to decide most advantage. Most advantages is one where we get the maximum benefit. So first we have to decide the market. Then we have to calculate the fair value. So please say me which is the most advantageous market.
Market B, 22.
Market 1, market 2. So what will you say? Price less transaction cost, transportation cost. 21 directly they have given, no? 22. So which one is the most advantageous here? This one.
2.
Market 2.
So now then we say the fair value will be what? 25 minus 2,
2.
23. Clear to everyone? Okay then, chalo. With this, I hope the first type of question is clear. I have seen very less. If you're very lucky, you'll get this type of question, an easy question. I say very lucky, you'll get this type of question, easy question. So with this, the first type of question is clear to everyone. There is no such doubts. So see in the notes, we have completed this part. Now the next point which we have to discuss, determining the price of asset or liability. Same example I will continue. I have taken the example of what? Reliance company, no? Now today I say that, please understand the example. I say that I have a land. With the example only it will be clear. This is the area. There are a lot of plots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now today I say that this plot belongs to me. This plot belongs to me. I want to calculate the fair value of this. Now, how will you calculate the fair value of this plot? Assume that you only have this plot. How will you calculate the fair value? This plot, let's take you are staying in Bangalore. This plot is not in India, in US. But you are staying in India. Now you only say, how will you calculate the fair value?
Based on US market value, sir.
Market, how? What is the first place? Can I say, I will try to identify a broker in that area? I will call him. Simple. I will call him and I'll ask him what? Whether there has been a sale of plot from this, yes or no. Then he will say what? Yes, he will say mention that 5 days before only this plot was sold and the value it was $10,000. Now you only say, can I say 5 days before only this plot was sold and your plot is this one? Can I say the value will be what? your fair value will also be what? 10,000. Yes or no? There is no such transportation cost. Do not say, sir, we will transport the land. You will not transport the land. Understand that. Many students will come and ask me in share also. In case of this, understood? Now, this is the case one. This is the value of this. Now, I say you want to calculate the fair value. But the broker is saying, sir, there is a plot number 3 which has been sold for 8,000. Now, you only say this plot 3 is in between and your plot is in the corner. Now, will the value be same or will the value be high?
Hi,
Well,
sir.
yeah.
High. So, can I say what will you do? You will take this 8,000. Yes, sir. And you will say that, okay, my plot is in corner. I will get 2,000 extra because this one. So, now you only say, can I say to calculate the fair value also? There are a lot of inputs here. The first input was what? Copy paste sale. Yes or no? The second one was what? Can I say a little bit? Can I say this is identical? Can I say this is similar? So I hope everyone knows the difference between identical and similar. Now, one more example. If I say I want to calculate the price of Reliance shares, can I say Reliance shares? What will I say? Sir, it is listed on market, so it is easy to get the input. Yes or no? Input means what? The data to calculate what? The fair value. But I say today I will take an example of. Can anyone give me an example of a company which is not listed? Zomato is listed, Swiggy is listed.
Sir, Apsara pencils.
Apsara pencil. It's not listed.
I don't think so.
Okay. Take a very good example so that everyone can relate. This it will become a little bit complicated. Anyone? You be active on social media, no? Sir, we be active on social media just to scroll reels, sir, on Instagram,
So,
etc.
apparently PwC ain't listed.
PwC is not listed.
Yeah.
Check once, everyone. IKEA is not listed. Okay. It is not listed in India. Outside India? Mama Earth is listed.
Sir, it's yeah. Yes, sir, it's listed.
Yes, it is listed. Yes, yes, yes.
Sir, Snapdeal.
Smart?
Snapdeal.
Scrap. It is not listed. Snapdeal is listed. No, I think so. Or not?
No, sir.
No,
So PwC is also not listed.
not listed. Pakka? Then I will take that example. I am relying on you, Sahana.
Not listed.
Not
It's not.
listed?
No,
Okay,
sir.
now. Now you only
Sir,
say, I say
sir,
that, yes, I say that you have, I say
sir,
that,
one doubt, sir.
yes, yes, I say that in PwC you have 10,000 shares. Now, how will you get the value of the shares? How will you get to know the fair value? Now, you only say me, is the market price there for PwC? No, sir. Now, what will you do then? Can I say, I will try to do what? If like your EY, KPMG are listed, what will I do? Your EY, Deloitte. If these are listed, what will I do? I will take the share price of that company and can I say I will do the adjustment? Yes or no? So understand there is a difference or not. The first one I say that priority should be given to what? If the value is listed on the market, you will take that. If the value is not listed, what will you take? You will try to take the value of a similar item and you will adjust here and there saying that this could be my value. If I say PwC is only one of the company and there is no such other company, then what will you do? There is no other competitors, there is no such type of asset. Then what we will do? We will try to calculate the value based on what? Your present value of future cash flow. Yes or no? I will estimate what will be the future cash flow. I will decide all this calculation is part of your AFM, not your SBR. But you should just know the understanding of IFRS 13. Clear to everyone the basic example which I have given. So this is the second type of question which comes in your exam. So please see here now. The hierarchy. Fair value hierarchy. So please see everyone. When determining the fair value, price of asset and liability should be determined using the following inputs in priority. So first priority will be given to if it is available in the market. If it is not available, we will use some competitor's price and adjust. If that is also not available, then we will estimate based on our assumptions. Now you only say which one is good. Should you follow the market? Should you adjust? Should you follow the this one? I have given 1, 2, 3 example. Which one is better to follow?
So one.
1. If 1 is not available, then you will try to use 2. If 2 is not available, then we will go to 3. So the order is this way. So see here now, level 1, level 2 and level 3. So level 1 includes what? Quoted price of identical assets or liabilities in an active market. Identical means what? Copy paste same. In an active market. Active market means what? Where trading is done day to day. So what is level 1, sir? Price of asset or liability, identical asset in an active market. Now, what does this term means? Can anyone explain me this?
So active market term.
Yes.
So principal
No,
market.
no, 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 no. Active market is what your principal market is. This one, this one.
जो हम लोग which can be noted.
Can I say which can be noted? Noted means how will you get to know this? Can I say as per market if it is listed somewhere? So the priority should be given to what type of inputs?
Observable.
Yes, understand that. Sir, then next one, level 2. Level 2 says what? Quoted price for similar asset. Yes or no? Similar, there is a difference. Or liability in an active market only. Then quoted price for identical assets or liabilities in a less active market. If you have a basic idea regarding stock market, you would know that there are penny stocks where circuit is done. If you have any basic idea, you will understand penny stock which are not traded frequently. So in that case, we follow what? Level 2. So what is important for your exam? For your exam, it is important that the first level 1 should be given priority. That means identical asset is available. So level 2 will use when we do some adjustment. If there is the data is not available for level 1, for identical, for similar asset is available. So in the level 2 adjustment is required. So level 3 is what, sir? Price based on the assumption and forecast of entity. Less reliable when compared to level 1 and level 2. Example, present value of the forecast of the future cash flow. So what? No market data minimizes your input which you take regarding the market. So now please say what is level 1? Level 1 is what? Quoted price of identical asset in active market. Level 2 sir, quoted price of similar asset in a active market, or you say here and there some adjustment is required. Level 3 is what? Based on the assumption and the concept of the discounting of the future cash flow.
सर हम लोग लेवल 3 को अनअब्जॉर्वेबल इनपुट क्यों बोल रहे हैं?
Can I say, is this based on the market or is this based on the assumption which the entity is keeping?
सर assumption.
Assumption. So can I say observable means what? Priority as per the market. Unobservable means what? As per your understanding, knowledge. Assumptions, etc. are based on what? And those assumptions also should be as per the market only. But can I say these are less reliable when compared to the observable inputs? So observable basically means that is available in market. This is not available in the market much. So I hope this is also clear to everyone. So this has a linkage in when we calculate fair value, we try to take the data. When you try to take the data, the priority should be in this level. Clear? So chalo then, let us do the next type of question. Again and again, why I open this one? Question bank. So please see the third type of question. What is next type of question? Hierarchy. So you have to identify. IFRS 13 requires entity to maximize the use of observable inputs and minimize the use of unobserved. So what is the basic you have to write down this point, huh? This will carry 1 marks in this type of question. Then you have to just explain level 1, level 2, level 3. You can say no need to write in detail. See, I've written in short: quoted price in active market for identical asset, input other than quoted price that are observable either directly or indirectly. You can write unobservable input based on entity's assumption. It's enough. No need to go in detail. Just write down simple and write down that the priority will be given to level 1, then level 2, then level 3. Clear? Can we do a question now regarding this?
सर इसके पहले तो हम लोग एक ही टाइप सॉल्व किए, तो दिस विल बी टाइप 2 क्वेश्चन.
Yes, मैंने क्वेश्चन बैंक में से टाइप 2 also will come to that very. See, I mentioned in SBR a lot of questions are there. It's difficult to do all the questions. So the better way is to do what? I explain you each and everything. What are the questions that can come in your exam? So please see this question, everyone. With this, we'll do the question and take a break. Now, first identify the question is regarding which topic. Is this regarding principal market, most advantageous market? 9. This question is regarding what? Level of
Observable
hierarchy.
inputs.
Hierarchy.
So see here now, Raju has an investment property that is measured at fair value. Yes, sir. So there it is an investment property IS 40. I mentioned IS 40 also cost model revaluation. The property is rented out on a short-term lease. They have given this on lease. The director wishes to fair value the property by estimating the present value of the net cash flow. Now, which they are using? Can I say they are using level 3 better? When should we use level 3? When level 1 and level 2 is not available. That the property will generate for Raju. The directors argue that this best reflects the way in which the building will generate economic benefits. The building is unique, although there have been many sales of similar building in the local area. Now you only say in the market, can I say there is a sale of similar buildings or not? If similar buildings are sold, can I say it is better to take that value and do some adjustment rather than directly using level 3? So now see that discuss whether the valuation technique suggested by the director complies with international financial reporting standard. Now you only say, will this comply? No. So now
No.
will you start your answer? First you'll write down what? As per IFRS 13, fair value is the, what is fair value? Is
What
the
is that?
price
What is-
that would be received to sell an asset or paid to transfer a liability in an orderly transaction between market participants. Then we write down what? Fair value is market specific and not entity specific. See, if in exam you have very less time, what you can do, you can write down these points and then directly link your IFRS 13 and the case together. No issues. Can I say, as per IFRS 13, Can I say we learned now two things? Observable input should be what? Maximized, and unobservable input should be minimized. You can write down that sentence. Maximize the use of and minimize the use of inputs. Clear with this? Then what you can do, you can see whether if the question is for 6 to 7 marks, you can write down the level 1, level 2, level 3, etc. If not, you can do what? No need to write down. You can directly link your case and write down. If you have no time, what I mentioned, if time is there, then no issues. Write it up. If time is not there, level 1, level 2, or level 3. You can just say that level 1, level 2 should be given the most priority when compared to this one. So I can say here quoted price of identical asset. I'll write on simple identical asset. Then I'll say what? Observable inputs based on your other than quoted price. Then the last one we can say is what? Unobservable input. Now how will you link to the case now? Can I say the directors here, the directors value the property based on present value of the net cash flow from the building or from net cash flow? Then what is the point? Can I say, I will write down, can I say this becomes an entity specific assumption? An entity specific assumption rather than market specific. Can I say, in the given case, many sale of similar building in the local area, in the given case, so can I say directors should use observable inputs and do some adjustment so that the value is calculated properly. Then you can write down, then you can say what? Level 2 should be used rather than level 3 as it maximizes the use of observable inputs. Clear? You can write down starting that the directors are using the level 3, we should use level 2. As the similar buildings are sold in the market, we can take the value and we can do the adjustment as per need. So the directors using the level 3 is wrong, so we should use level 2 in your own ways. No need to write down the same thing, but this should be your answer. This is the way you should answer the question. Understood everyone? Yes. So chalo, now can we take a break? So now the time is 11. So I will give you 15 minutes break and then again we'll take a 15 minutes break. So be back by 11:15 everyone. चलो 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 चलो, everyone come back. Everyone are back. If yes, start reading the question which I've given this. So I hope now the writing part of the SBR is easy. You're feeling easy a little bit. Yes or no, everyone? Okay. So we will try to do these for the important topics of SBR. So please read the second question and say me whether directors only. Oh, yeah. They want to calculate the fair value for what all? They want to calculate the fair value for 250 identical new vehicles. So identical they are mentioned here. And they have given the three markets. So say me what should be done here now. The volume and the price they have given, and they have given I limited wishes to value the vehicle at 391 per vehicle, as these are the highest net proceed per vehicle, and UP is the largest market for I limited vehicles. I limited seeks your advice as to whether this valuation would be acceptable under IFRS 13. You only say me. Can I say they have taken into consideration what? They have mentioned they have taken into consideration the UP part. They have taken this 4, they have taken this 5,000 as a transaction cost, and this 4,000 they have taken transportation cost. Is this right way to do? Is the calculation right here what they have done? Now first of all, this question is regarding which topic? Type
So
1
regarding
principal market and
principal market and disadvantage.
most advantages. Now you only say they have calculated the fair value as this one. How they have calculated? They have mentioned that the fair value is 391. It's not 44,000, it is 4,000. Sorry. It's 4,000, huh? So they have calculated this value. Now you only say whether this is right or wrong. The question is what? Discussed as per IFRS 13. This is right or wrong?
सर फेयर वैल्यू ये थोड़ी ना होगा, ये तो हम लोग डिटरमाइन करने के लिए यूज करते हैं कि मोस्ट एडवांटेजेस मार्केट कौन सा है, दोनों को हम लोग डिडक्ट करते हैं। फेयर
Okay.
वैल्यू फेयर
Okay.
वैल्यू में तो हम लोग सिर्फ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉस्ट डिडक्ट करेंगे।
Okay. So they have used the concept of here which one? Most advantages, that means. Now, what is the first principle? Can I say we have to see principal market? If principal market is not there, then we go for what? Most advantages market. Now, in the question, which is the principal market? UP, Punjab, Orissa.
UP.
UP.
यूपी।
UP. Everyone saying UP?
यस
Yes. Why are you saying UP? Can I say because you're saying that
Largest market.
10,000?
सर, लेकिन ये दोनों कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट करे, टोटल वॉल्यूम ऑफ व्हीकल्स तो बेसी है सर पंजाब में।
हाँ, नाउ यू शुड से मी नो, अभी आपको समझ में आ गया IFRS 13 क्या? यू शुड से, क्वेश्चन ऐसे ही आएंगे एग्जाम में। नाउ से मी,
सर टोटल वॉल्यूम पे देखेंगे हम लोग।
do we see the historic volume or do we see the total value? Can
सर
I
क्योंकि
say?
ये आई लिमिटेड का है सर, तो ये एंटिटी स्पेसिफिक हो गया।
Yes, this is entity specific. This is what? Market. Punjab is the principal market. So we will calculate the price based on what? On principal. Can I say whatever calculation they have done is bullshit only? कुछ
हाँ,
काम का
और
नहीं
सर
है, पुराना नंबर.
दिया भी बहुत कंफ्यूजिंग वे में है।
This is a same question tested in a previous question paper. Yangon. यही है इसका नाम. Yes. जी नहीं आएगा इसमें मुझे. A same question has been tested that. So it's your, this question is there in your study hub also as well as past papers of same type. So can I say here which is the principal market? Punjab. So what will you write down here first? Write down the definition of IFRS 13. See, I will not, each and question I will not write. I have given the format for you to write. So what is this now? Can I say UP is not the principal market? It is based on entities factor, but we see that Punjab is the principal market. Yes or no? Because the volume is more. Because we consider as per the market. So if we consider Punjab, what is the fair value? Can I say the fair value will be 380 minus transaction cost or transportation? Can I say Punjab is the principal market and we reduce transportation. So the value will be 373 as a fair value. सबको clear है ये? Clear to everyone? A very easy question, simple. This has been tested in the same one of the. So let us see the answer which I have drafted here for easy. See here now? Fair value, the price, you write down this first point, no issue. Principal market. Market where the greatest level of activity. Here Punjab is the principal market. Then you do the calculation. And then you calculate the total fair value. 250 into 373 and write down the value. So conclusion, based on this principal market, the earlier proposal is not acceptable as approaches entity specific and ignores the requirement of IFRS 13 to use principal market concept. A very simple, easy question. इसमें किसी को दिक्कत नहीं है. Now, coming to the fourth type of question.
Sir, could you show the last point again?
Conclusion. No need to write. This is for just reference, but I have given the format how to write down the answer. So you can type it out or write it down. No such issues. Clear to everyone? Okay. Then चलो the next type of question.
सर ये अप्रोक्स कितने मार्क्स का आया था?
ये I will come to the past paper बेटे. अरे बहुत पुराना आया था. This has been tested, a very old question. I will come to that. But as of now, just understand the concept so that it becomes easy for us. After that, we will discuss the exam questions also.
सर नहीं, आप बोल रहे पेपर डिफिकल्ट है, फिर ये सब क्वेश्चन तो इजी है।
अरे वही पूरा पेपर टफ नहीं आता है ना. Will the full paper tough? I mentioned 60-70 marks will be easy. वो 60-70 marks यही questions आएंगे जो I say in the class. See now, this fair value for sure it will not come to your set. In ACCA there are 3 to 4 sets. किसी एक सेट में ये क्वेश्चन रहेगा. आउट ऑफ दिस 4 to 5 क्वेश्चन, वन क्वेश्चन विल बी देयर. अभी वो डिपेंड है आपके नसीब के ऊपर ये टॉपिक आएगा कि नहीं. Now see the next type of question. Did we learn this or not? Fair value measurement should not reflect restrictions that are specific to the entity. Only restriction that would transfer the asset or liability in the market should be. So entities restriction we will not consider. Can I say we consider asset restriction? When only restriction that would transfer the asset or liability in a market transaction should be considered. Examples you have given here. The entity has a legal restriction pretending if from selling an asset, but market participants are not restricted. The restriction is ignored in the fair value calculation. However, if the restriction is attached to the asset itself, example land use restriction, it must be reflected in the fair value. This has been tested in your Mehran question, one of the question which is there. We will discuss that also. But as of now, just understand question number 7. So these all are additional questions which I have created for your understanding purpose. These questions you'll not find anywhere. But for understanding purpose, if these concepts are clear, no, then any exam kit question or your past papers, you can easily do it. So please read this question, everyone.
But since this is an entity specific restriction, we will not, it will not reflect in the fair value measurement as per IFRS 13.
So how will you write down? First, can I say we write down IFRS? As per IFRS 13, fair value definition, I will not write down again the detail part as you already know. Then you will write down what it is, market specific and not entity specific. Then your answer should include, you have to complete these sentences. Then you will say what? When IFRS 13 says what? Can I say we should consider what? Asset restriction. Yes or no? Asset restriction should be considered, but entities restriction should be ignored. Then what you will write down? Can I say, then you will say that here this restriction is what? Restriction is entity specific and internal matter of the company. So we should ignore it. Why should we ignore? Because they are mentioned in the question that the market participants are ignoring this. So you'll write down, then you should say what? Fair value should consider, the fair value of the land should be considered by ignoring what? This restriction. If you write down this much, you will get the full marks. Itna hi hai. This is short and simple question. As market participants are not considering it. See, every week, as I mentioned, we will be doing the standards which are very important. So every week I have give the list of past papers. Please do complete in that week only. So when you come at the end, you will have time to again revise the concept as well as the question. And along with this, your exam kit will be done. So with this, I hope this is clear to everyone. This question is also done. 7th question we have done. 6th question we will come. We have to discuss. This also we have to discuss. 4th question we have done. 2nd question we have done. 3rd. Now coming to the next topic which I have to explain. Now coming to the very next concept which is also frequently tested in your exam. So see now, non-financial asset. Now what does financial asset means? Can I say financial asset is your cash? Financial asset is what? Trade receivable, etc. So what are the examples for non-financial asset? Can I say land, building, then what? Machine. All these are the example for non-financial asset. Now for non-financial asset, what are the principles? Your IFRS 13 says what? I had taken the example about, do you remember land ka example? Agriculture, residential, etc. I mentioned what we have to consider that factor. That only we are learning now. Again, there is a linkage. See. While determining the fair value of non-financial asset, entity should consider the highest and best use of the asset. Okay, sir, highest and best use 1 marks. If the question is regarding non-financial asset. Highest and best use takes into account the use of the asset that is physically possible, legally permissible, and financially feasible. Let me take again the example. I say I have this land. This land I can use for, either I can use this for agriculture, commercial purpose, residential purpose, or I say I can use this for some theme park. I can develop a theme park and generate money from this. Now, today when I have to calculate, currently this land I am using for my residential purpose. I am using for what purpose? Residential purpose. But what are the options that are available? These are. When you calculate the fair value, do you only consider the residential point of view or do you consider all these point of view? You consider all the 4, and whichever will give you the highest value will be your fair value. Now, when will you say that you will consider all these? When will you consider these four options? When these three conditions are being met for each and everything. Like for agriculture, when you say it is physically possible, legally permissible, and financially feasible. For each and everything, if these three criteria are being met, then we consider these as an option. We consider this as an option. So physically possible means what? Must be feasible. Then legally permissible. It's not legally permitted, huh? It's legally permissible. That means, okay, even though I'm using this for residential purpose, I can use this for commercial purpose. Yes or no? There is no such restriction by the government. If the government is saying that in residential area you can't construct a commercial property, can I say this? Is this legally permissible in future also? No, because a law has been passed saying that this will not be legally permissible in future. So will you consider that option of commercial? No, we will ignore this if it's not legal. And financially feasible. That means the company should have money to convert this property into residential, commercial, theme park, etc. They should have funds and it should provide future economic benefits. Then we say what? We consider all the options here. We consider what? All the options here. Clear to everyone? So what is the first thing you write down? Sir, in case as per IFRS 13, non-financial asset, when we determine the fair value, it should be considered based on highest and best use. Highest and best use will be taken into consideration when it is physically possible, legally permissible, financially feasible, you have to write. Then we have to do this part. So now let me show the question. So please see the second type of question. This also has been tested 2 to 3 times in your past exams. And when you see the exam question up, it will be totally different. But please follow the basic principle, understand the logic. Your questions will be easy, your past papers. So please see this question, everyone. Please read this. Now this is a part of consolidation. A lot of time we have seen IFRS 13 being tested in your question 1 along with consolidation. But you have to follow the IFRS 13 principle. So please read from here. You'll understand. They have a land. This land is used for what? Industrial use. When we see industrial use, what is the fair value? 5 million. Now you only say, can I say this land is what? Non-financial asset. For non-financial asset, can I say we should consider highest and best use? Whatever are the points. So see here, many nearby plots of land have been developed for residential purpose. If many plots nearby have been developed into residential use, can I say we also can demolish the factory and convert this into residential? Yes or no? For this is when considering highest and best use. It's not required that we demolish and do that. Only for fair value calculation. As a high-rise apartment buildings, the land owned by three halves does not have planning permission for residential use. Can I say they do not have planning permission as of now? But can I say in that area only many companies are doing this? Can I say ultimately if we apply, we will get the planning permission? Yes or no? Today I do not have the, but as per the market rules, what can I do? I can develop this. No issue. Although the permission has been granted for similar plots of land. That means, is there any is it legally permissible? Yes. It is legally permissible. It is physically possible. Yes or no? Because nearby area, nearby plots are also considered then. The fair value of the company's land as a vacant site for residential development is what? 6 million. Okay, vacant land values how much, sir? 6 million. Then, how about transformation cost of 0.3 million would we need to incur to get the land into a suitable condition for residential development? They have mentioned what? The fair value for industrial use is how much, sir? 5 million. But when I say from this point of view, when I say that from residential point of view, how much is the value of the land? 6 million. Can I say, but we have to incur a transformation cost? So can I say I have to reduce this? So can I say my fair value will be ultimately how much? 5.7. So now you only say which one is the, for industrial use the value is 5 million. For your this residential purpose the use is what? The fair value is what? 5.7. So
Sir, won't the 0.3 be added to the 6 million?
should this be added or should this be reduced better?
Because they're incurring extra cost for turning it into a suitable
Can I say when you incur the cost you have to
condition.
pay? No? You have to pay. See, here we are deciding fair value. We are not deciding the cost of the residential property. To determine the, to convert that building, can I say you have to do that expenditure? Can I say even though if you go to market also, can I say everyone, if they have concern, can I say they have to demolish, then only they'll be able to do that? Like we have transportation cost there, no, in fair value. This should be considered here. Whatever expenditure which you have to incur in order to do that, in order to convert the land, you should take into consideration for the fair value.
So
Sir,
it's
it
like
is
total
like,
value of the
Can I
property.
say it is asset specific? This is particularly relating to that asset. That is the reason we are considering this.
सर इसको हम लोग लेस इसीलिए करते हैं, लाइक जैसे मैं किसी को पहुंचा के दे रही हूँ सामान
हाँ,
और उसका ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉस्ट मैं ले रही हूँ, तो मैं अपने एसेट के कॉस्ट में से, सेलिंग प्राइस में से उसको माइनस करूंगी। लेकिन अगर सामने वाला उसको पे करेगा तो वो अपने कॉस्ट प्राइस में ऐड करेगा।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो अलग है. दैट इज टोटली डिफरेंट. उसको मिक्स मिक्स मत करो. मेनी स्टूडेंट्स विल मिक्स दैट टॉपिक हियर. नहीं 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 नहीं. What you mentioned, same again. A person A is there, B is there. Yes.
सर यूजुअली तो सर ऐसा कोई कॉस्ट हम लोग इनकर करते हैं किसी भी एसेट पे, तो हम लोग उसको कैपिटलाइज कर देते हैं, बिकॉज दैट इज मेकिंग द एसेट रेडी फॉर यूज।
Do we consider here the cost of the asset or we are considering the fair value of that? अभी fair value कैसे होगा? Can I say fair value? How will you get the fair value? You will normally say, sir, it should be 5 million and it should be 6 million. Yes or no? But to reach from this 5 million to 6 million, can I say we have to demolish first? Same way in the example of fair value. To transport that machine to that market, can I say we are incurring that cost or not? Same way here also transformation cost, because this is specific to that asset. Yeah, entity specific nahi hai. Yes or no? Transportation cost also was what? Regarding market or based on the asset, etc. What is the cost? Here also it is a asset specific. We have to consider this.
So sir, it's like total value after all the costs.
Yes, yes. To bring that asset into that condition of for residential development. See here, they have asked the fair value of the land. Now, how will you say the fair value of the land for residential development is 6 million? But can I say we have to incur the 0.3 to demolish the in factory? Then only we'll have that land, no? To get what? To use it. So that is the reason. Now, how we will write down the answer? Now, please say me. Can I say first we write down as per IFRS 13, you will write down first the fair value in simple point, fair value definition. Then you will write down what? It's a market specific, not entity specific, sir. Then can I say, as per IFRS 13, land is a non-financial asset. Land is a non-financial asset. Therefore, to calculate the fair value, we have to consider of the land. We must consider its highest and best use. Then highest and best use is possible when highest and, this is next point, first point, second point, highest and best use is possible when three conditions are met. What are those? Physically possible, financially feasible, and legally permissible. Now application, how will you apply here now? Can I say many properties nearby, or many residential properties nearby have been developed to high rise apartments. So this means it is physically possible. When will you say physical? When others are doing and market participants are interested in that. Then can I say planning permission? Here you only say planning permission for residential property or residential land has been granted for similar plots nearby. Therefore it is legally permissible. It is legally permissible to use the land for residential purpose. Then sir, can I say the current, what is the current value here now? If we consider the current fair value, the current fair value is 5 million. Then if used for residential purpose, excuse me, fair value is how much? 6 million. But can I say fair value will be 6 million minus 0.3, no, sorry, 0.3 million only. Transformation cost, so the fair value will be 5.7 million. So can I say conclusion, residential development is physically permissible, legally possible, financially feasible. Now when we say financially feasible, can I say financially feasible means we should be able to generate economic benefit? Near you there are very big apartments, etc. That means if you also develop, for sure profit will be there. So the highest and best use will be considered, and the fair value will be 5.7 million. This is the conclusion. Understood the four types of question. The first one, principal market, that one, principal most advantageous. Then the hierarchy one. Then we have done your non-financial asset. Then we have done your entity asset specific restriction we should consider, not entity specific restriction we should consider. So with this, the major part is done. Now here and there some small points I have to do regarding your IFRS 13 that has been tested once or twice. So that also is important, but we have to see now. Chalo. Did we do this? We have completed this. We have completed this. Now see the valuation technique. The valuation technique. See, what are the valuation techniques that are provided by your IFRS 13? There are three valuation techniques. The first technique is what? Market approach. The second one is what? Cost approach. The third one is what? Income approach. I have never seen a question regarding this topic in your exam. But be ready if a question comes by chance. It will not come by chance. If it comes, you should be able to answer it. So what is market approach? Can I say market approach? Can I say these are the techniques given by what? IFRS 13. IFRS 13 says that to calculate fair value, you can consider these techniques. The first technique is what? Market approach. Can I say which is the most favorable? Can I say we should follow market approach only? That is the best one. Selling price. Can I say selling price is what? Exit price, sir. Then after that, cost approach. Cost approach basically means what? Replacement cost. Replacement cost means today if I have an iPhone which I have used for 3 years, if I go today to the market and I have purchased an iPhone which has been used for 3 years, what is that cost? Replacement cost. Then sir, income approach. What does income approach means? Present value of the future cash flow. So these are the three techniques. Now, do not compare this with the level of hierarchy. Do not compare with the level 1, level 2. That is different. This is different. This is a framework. What we can say, it is a framework to calculate fair value. But the priority should be given to what? First, market approach. So, if there is no such market, we are not able to do, then cost approach. Cost approach means take some value of the similar asset and you can do here and there adjustment. And then income approach. The last one is what? Present value. Understood the three techniques? Yes, sir. Now, in your exam, what are the steps you should follow? Step 1, identify asset and liability. Identify if it's there are highest or best use for non-financial asset. No need to write down this. Identify market and market participants. Here, this one. Apply valuation technique. Now, which one we will apply? Can I say we mostly apply market approach? See, this cost approach is applied to your PPE, intangible assets in practical world, etc. But for exam, we have seen the level 1, level 2, level 3 and fair value. We consider the value of the new machine. What we normally do now, replacement cost means what? Today I have a asset, same asset which has been used, I have to calculate the value. So what will I do? I will take the new value of the iPhone. I will say if I use this for 3 years, what will be the reduction in the value? So I get what? iPhone which has been used for 3 years. That is known as your replacement cost. So see what is the important thing here? Maximize observable input, market data, minimize unobservable input, non-market data. Follow the hierarchy, the valuation one. Till here, any doubts? These are the frequently 4 types of question which comes in the exam. Clear? Now moving to the fair value of the liability. Till now we have discussed a lot of things about your asset only. Now coming to fair value of liability, very less chances that the fair value calculation of liability will be tested. Once or twice only we have seen questions. So see here now, fair value of the liability, how we will calculate. If there is an active market of the liability, then use the quoted price of the liability. Yes or no? So what is this saying? A liability basically if a company is issuing bonds. If a company is issuing bonds, can I say the bonds will be what? Liability for the company. So if the company is saying that the bonds which are there we are recording at fair value as per your IFRS 9, this will have a linkage with your IFRS 9 totally. We will understand at that time. So if there is an active market like means a stock market where or a market where the liability is sold or is transferred, but very less chances that you will find an active market for liabilities. If your liability, if this is not available, if your liability is an asset for someone, then that asset has an active market, then use that asset price with some adjustment as the fair value for the liability. So first thing that what takes, if the liability is traded on the stock market, consider. If the liability is not traded on the stock market, you can see what? If that liability is an asset for someone, if it's a liability for someone, for the other person, it will be an asset. That asset will have some fair value. So do that adjustment so that you can get the fair value of the liability. But these two approaches are very less. The first approach and the second approach are very less. The third approach is the frequently tested in your exam, and this is the practical way to do. If there is no corresponding asset, then valuation technique is used, that is present value of the future cash flow using two rates. So what do you do? How do we calculate the value of the liability? Yesterday, when you remember, we did the time value of concept. I had taken 100, I have to pay. Yes or no? In that case, 100, which I had to pay for 5 years, what did I do? Can I say what did I do? I discounted these values at an interest rate. That interest rate will be what, sir? Risk free rate plus company's non performance risk. So the interest rate should include two things: risk-free rate, company's non-performance risk. Now risk-free rate basically means what? What is the basic percentage I will get in the market if I invest my money? The basic returns. Now risk of non-performance means if the company is not able to pay that liability, what is the risk of that? These all calculations are in detail in your AFM. Here only you have to remember this point: risk free rate plus company's non-performance risk. Clear to everyone? If it is traded, use that. If it is not traded, it is an asset for someone, take and adjust. If that is also not available, I say that I have to give you 100 rupees. How will I take the fair value of that? I will simply discount using a discount rate. That discount rate will include these two important things. So now let us do a basic question which I have given here. I have not seen such a question in here. So example, all this we have done. So see this question. Please see the question. Let me paste it here only in your notes. Please see everyone. C company, C enters into a contract. Now you only say a company is there, they have entered into a contract saying that we have to pay you after 2 years how much? $100,000. Now what should we do? Can I say, have they mentioned anything that this is an asset etc or listed on the stock market or traded etc? Nothing they have mentioned. If they have not mentioned, then what should we do? If the first option is not available, second is also not available, what is the third one which we should consider?
The fair
This,
present value of cash
yes.
flow.
So you have to write down this. This will carry 1 marks if the question comes in the exam. So now please understand what is the now. Another company F enters into a similar agreement with the supplier on the same date. C has an excellent credit rating and its borrowing rate is how much? 5%. What is the borrowing rate, sir? 5%. Whereas F has a lower credit rating and it can only borrow at 7%. Now you only say if your credit rating is very high, can I say you will get a loan at a lower rate? If your credit rating is bad or very high, you will get the loan at a higher rate. Now you only say they have mentioned two companies here, one is C company and one is F company, but we are calculating the liability for which company? C. So now you only say which rate should we consider? Should we consider 5 or 7 here to discount the value?
5%.
5%, yes or no? So first you will write down the, as per IFRS 13, the definition. Then you'll write down market specific and not entity specific. Then coming to the next point, can I say when we measure the fair value of the liability, we have to consider what better? The entity must consider the effect of its own credit risk. So what does credit risk means? Risk of non-performance risk. Basically that means what? This is for your understanding purpose. I am writing for your understanding purpose. That means, can I say if the credit rating is good, can I say discount rate will be low? If the credit rating is bad, discount rate will be high. Simple. So can I say here what is the discount rate we will use? Can I say C's borrowing rate is 5%? The fair value of the liability is the present value of the $100,000 discounted at discounted at 5%. So how much is this? 100,000 into 1 divided by 1 plus 0.05 to the power of 2. 0.9070 I'm getting. So this will be 90702, the value of the liability. Can I say if we do the same by using the 7%, can I say we'll get a lower value? We get 87,343. But what is the value we should consider? We should consider this value. Clear, everyone? So this, I have not seen such questions, but understand this will help in your IFRS 9. In IFRS 9, we have the concept of fair value. So fair value, how do we calculate for liability? By discounting the future cash flow. So with this is also done. Now coming to the last topic. This has been tested once in your exam and not 99.99%. This will not repeat. Only the 4 questions which I mentioned, the questions will come from that only. For this, I have not seen such a question. This has been tested once in 2013 when IFRS 13 was introduced for the first time. And in that attempt, SBR exam, at that time it was P2. In that attempt, many students got this IFRS 13 for 25 marks. That is the reason we say, if there is any new topic for the upcoming attempt, please do that. The question 15 to 20 marks will come from that only. Now we should calculate the fair value of what? Decommissioning liability. Where did we cover this now? Where did we cover this? In IS 16, in yesterday's class. So now how should we calculate the fair value? Can I say that also will be based on what? Discounting only, no? So now when we calculate here, so please see what are the calculations we should consider now. Yes, future value of the cash flows. Now, expected labor cost, yes or no? In future, if I want to dismantle, etc., I'll incur some cost or not? Labor cost, etc. Then, whatever is my overhead cost, the total cost, whatever you will incur, total cost. Then what, sir? Profit markup for transferring the liability, yes or no? If I transfer this liability to someone, will they take for free of cost? Never. Yes or no? They will say that we need some profit, so that profit also will be added. So you will get what? This value in total. Then add premium percentage for risk in expected cash flow. You have to add what? Premium. Saying that if there is a risk whether the cash flow will increase or not, etc. XYZ. So you add that. Because understand, you will add the premium for the cash flow, then you'll get what? Your real cash flow. As I mentioned, this is in your AFM FM. ये पूरा AFM का part है and FM part.
Sir, can you go slow, sir? I'm not getting any.
Okay. The first 2 points are clear. The first 3 points are clear to everyone, I hope.
No, sir.
So, if I say that in future I have to do decommissioning, that means in future I will incur some cost or not, better. If I want to dismantle a property, if I have taken a mine from the government and I have done, the land is not proper, the government will say what, after 20 years you have to refill the land, you have to develop trees, etc. Can I say in future I have cost or not? Yes, sir. Then can I say if I transfer this liability to someone, I say that I had to do that work. I say that now I transfer liability to you. Now will you take for free of cost? You will not take free of cost. Then what will you say? I need some profit margin on that. Will you include that profit margin? Yes, sir. Now, when I mention that in future I will incur 20,000, that 20,000 is a for sure amount or is an estimate? Estimate. Now, what I say, I will add a premium saying that the amount which we have estimated could be wrong. I am thinking the value will be more. So I add a premium on that, saying that you mentioned 20,000. I say, keeping aside, you give me 2% extra. You are saying 20,000, but I have a doubt saying that I will incur 22,000. So 2% premium we will pay on the cash flow. So instead of 20,000, we take 22,000 into consideration. So this we get what? Real cash flow. Then you only say the cash flow which we have taken into consideration, we have to consider the inflation also on that, and we discount it, we get the value. As of now, it will not be clear. Let me do first a question and then again come back and explain you each. This has a concept of real cash flow and inflated cash flow of your FM and EFM. Give me 1 minute, everything will be clear as mentioned. Let me solve a basic question. Mm, 1 minute, give me. Let me take this full only example I've given. As mentioned, not so important. I've only once this has been tested. That is the reason I've included in the notes also. So please see here, everyone. Please read it. Please read till here. Only once it was tested. Because of that reason, I'm doing this part. 99.99% this will not come.
तो इस बार तो IFRS 18 नया इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ है तो उससे
हाँ
बहुत
हाँ वो
क्वेश्चन
कहेंगे ना.
आएंगे.
Yes, IFRS 18, IFRS 19, MPMs, a lot of new topics are there. So अभी करूँगा तो भी you'll forget. So it's better that what is required as of now to understand the standards will do. The theory part सारा कुछ नवंबर में करेंगे, अभी नहीं. अभी लूंगा तो भी till November December nothing will be in your mind here. टाइम वेस्ट है बाद में अभी करने का. That is the reason why examiner will not ask this type of question, because this involves a lot of FM, AFM topics. So see here now, what they mentioned that a power plant is there. So at the year end, they have to, after some years, they have to dismantle it. So there are expenses. So they have mentioned estimated labor material overhead cost. They have mentioned this is the cost. Now 40% is the probability, 50 and 10. So what should we do now? If this is the probability, because I mentioned it's not fixed, it's just an estimate. So what will you do? What is the best way to measure this? Can I say 6 into 40 percentage? I will take this and 10 into 10%. Yes or no? To be on a safer side. If I say they would mention 6 million and 8 million, 90 percentage, 10%, then what will be the better presentation? 8 million as an expense. So now, if we do this, how much is this? 2.4, 4 and 1. So how much is this total? Everything is based on estimate. I mentioned future value, whatever we do is based on estimate. So it's 7.4. Now this 7.4 is a cost. Now this cost you have to incur 7.4. Now they have mentioned what you have written. Now they have mentioned that, please read this point. What is the markup they are making here?
20%.
20%. I hope everyone knows markup and margin ka difference. So now markup on this 7.4, they are saying that we are making a markup of 20%. So how much this will be?
8.88.
8.88. This is my cost plus 20% if I do. कितना आ रहा है? Plus 20. 8.8. So this 8.8 is the basic calculation. But now they are saying what here now? What is the premium? What is the premium they are charging us?
5%.
5%. This is before inflation or after inflation? Premium.
After.
After inflation. Okay. So, but can I say this 8.8 is that we have to inflate this cash flows also? Because the cash flows will increase over the period as inflation is there. So what will I do? Can I say first I will inflate this 8.8. So when I inflate this 8.8, what will be the value? What will be my inflation? You only say 8.8. What is the inflation per year? 3%. For the 10 years, what will be the inflation? You only say. Can I say 8.8 into what? Your 1.0.
1.03 to the power of 10.
10. How much is this?
1.344.
1.
सर 1.03 टू द पावर ऑफ 10 में बता रही हूँ.
Okay. So if you multiply this, ultimately we are getting 11.826. यही मिल रहा है सबको when we multiply. If we just do this part, your to the power of this, how much is this? 1.03.
सर 1.343916 आ रहा है.
1.3439. 1.343916. If you multiply this 39 into 8.8, 11.826 something we are getting. Yes or no? Now can I say this is before the risk premium? So अभी risk premium कितना है इसके ऊपर? Can I say 5%? So how much is this into 5%? 11.826 plus 0.5913. So this will be how much? 11.826. It's 12.4173. Now this 12.46 is the value after how many years? This 12.4176 is the value after how many years? Can I say this is the value after
10 years.
10 years? So can I say I have to discount this or not? So now when we discount, what is the rate we have to use? What did we learn? To discount anything, we have to include what all?
Inflation rate or
Can I say risk-free rate plus risk of non-performance here? Yes or no? When we do discounting, मैंने क्या mention किया था इधर? Discounted by risk-free rate plus company's non-performance risk. So in the question, have they given this data? See, have they given the data? 6%. So can I say this 12.4173 I will discount using 6%. Just remember the format. By chance आ गए एग्जाम में तो कर लेना, but आएगा नहीं. I say 100% only it will not come because this is the topic of AFM FM. Your AFM FM topic should be clear, but once it was tested, so that is the reason I am doing this. But this can come, this part, risk-free rate plus non-performance risk for the exam. For liability, how do we discount it? This, when we come to a further studies, no, this will become your EIR rate, effective interest rate. Understood, everyone? समझ में नहीं आया? I hope this is little bit difficult to digest. That is the reason I have given the format. Just follow the format. अगर आ गया by chance, it will not come. I can guarantee. I have not seen, only once it has been tested. Not to take any risk, I have written the format. You can follow this and get basic marks. It will come also. It will come for calculation. Theory नहीं आएगा इसमें.
So where did the 2% come from again?
Huh?
2% risk-free rate. Where is it given?
It is given, Baba. This is an example I mentioned. No. Risk-free rate is 4%. Non-performance risk is 2%.
Where is that 2%?
This 2% they've given. No, yeah.
Wait. Oh, I got it. I'm sorry.
Got it?
Yeah.
So understand the basic. The basic is what? First, we have to consider whatever is the cost, whatever is the profit as of now. We will add the premium, which that premium you have to see before inflation, after inflation. So in the example which you have seen, it was after inflation. Here I have taken before. So you have to see the equation, and then whatever is the cash flow which you get inflated, and again you discount with this part, risk-free rate and company's non-performance risk. Sabko clear hai ye? With this, your IFRS 13 is done now. इतना ही है IFRS. So what are the
अच्छा
four
इतना ही
important topics? IFRS 13 is this much only. Four important things which you have to concentrate. Now, can we do exam kit questions? I will just show you. We will discuss. You have to type and send me your answer. अभी मैं बैठ के सब कुछ नहीं लिखवा सकता हूँ. I can't write down each and every answer. So can you see this? Can you see word? Yes, it is visible. So I have mentioned here the four past papers. Marhan, Sitka, and these all questions which we have to just see here now. Understand. Please read this first question. This question, as I mentioned, let me write down 2013 का है. ऐसा क्वेश्चन आएगा नहीं, but if you're lucky you will get questions. As I mentioned, 70 marks will be easy. What we do in class वही आएगा, उससे बाहर नहीं आएगा. So you can't cherry pick in this also, sir, कि ये कर लेंगे वो कर लेंगे. No. So see now, discuss the main principles of IFRS 13. Can I say 7 marks? What is the main principle you have to write down? Whatever we have learned in this. Then discuss the three level of hierarchy. Can I say a straightforward question? Nothing is related to the case. This has just given for time pass. ये time pass data. This is the main part here. So what are the main principles of your fair value measurement? So see here now. What are the points you have to mention? Exit price based on market, etc. The valuation technique, transaction cost, everything. Whatever we have learned, write down 5 to 6 points regarding this. So these are the basic principles. Any doubts in the first question? This question will not come in your exam straightforward. Whatever are the four questions which I mentioned, that will come out of that. Then fair value is what, sir? Hierarchy. Level 1, level 2, level 3. We have mentioned that observable input should be maximized. Then the level 3 should be given the lowest priority. Yeah, easy tha. In this, no doubt. So now coming to the next practical part. So please see this, everyone. This is your practical part. I mentioned one question was tested. This is only the question where the fair value of the liability was tested. So please read this, everyone. Now, whenever you write your exam answers, what is the important point? The important point is first we read the requirement. Requirement is what? Please read, everyone. Discuss the relevant computation, how J should fair value the above asset and liability. So 10 mark question, 4 or 5 marks will be for asset, 4 to 5 marks will be for liability. So see, this is your liability part, this is your asset part. Please read this. Now, what is the fair value? Chalo, say me. First, the question is regarding your which topic? Principal market, most advantageous market, then your non-financial asset hierarchy, or the entities restriction, that one.
Principal mark.
Yes, principal and most advantageous.
principal
By
and
just seeing the By just seeing the data, I get to know, okay, Asian market, European. I think that the question is regarding principal market or most advantages. Now, chalo, please identify which one is the principal market. Number of units they have given 4 million, 2 million, 1 million.
तो लेकिन इन लोग तो बोलती हैं कि ये बाय एंड सेल ही ऑस्ट्रेलिया में करता है, तो हम लोग सिर्फ प्रिंसिपल मार्केट क्यों देखेंगे? हम लोग को तो डायरेक्ट आंसर ही मिल गया, ऑस्ट्रेलियन मार्केट।
Okay, okay. Others? So what will be your answer? Think exam में question आया. What will you do for 5 marks? You will write down first IFRS 13 का definition. Then
So this is basically entity specific information. We have to see the market information.
okay, one came up with some other point. Okay. Now think in exam what you'll write down. Definition, that principal market. Then you will say principal market should be what? Australian market. So you will say 22 minus 3 is given. Then transaction cost is given. Now can I say cost of entering the market is what? Transportation cost only to enter that. So you say 22 minus 3, 19. Either you will say this or someone will say, sir, that we will say Asian market is what, sir? Market. Your answer could vary from these two. You will never say European market. Either Australian is written, you will say Australian, or if you're this, you will say. Now let's say you have written both. Yeah. How much you'll get? If you have written Australian market, can I say out of 5, basically you will get 2 to 3 marks because you have written the technical knowledge. 2 marks milega ki nahi? Out of 5 marks, 2 marks you will get. Do not worry. Answer wrong bhi hai to marks milega. Yes or no? That is important. Now let us see what is the answer. मैं नहीं बोलूंगा, you should only read. See the level of question that comes in your exam.
तो लेकिन हम लोग जब डिस्कस कर रहे थे वो पंजाब वाला एग्जाम्पल,
हाँ,
तब सर वो कंपनी यूज कर रहा था यूपी, तब तो हम लोग यूपी को नहीं लिए थे, हम लोग तो
okay,
सर
okay.
पंजाब को ही लिए थे।
Because there was no restriction on accessing. Everybody could. It could access all the 3 markets. So we took the large volume transactions.
Large volume transaction. Okay. अभी आंसर क्या होना चाहिए अभी बताओ. Now you only say, will you waste your time in the exam scratching your head? What will you do? Be practical. अभी आंसर नहीं सोचना है. 5 मिनट है, 5 minutes you have, you can spend 8 to 9 minutes to write down your answer. So what will you do?
We'll write both.
Both are. अरे you will not have that much time. You
If
should
not
write.
this, that.
सर एक को हम लोग प्रिंसिपल मार्केट के वे में बता देंगे, एक को हम लोग मोस्ट एडवांटेजेस बता देंगे।
अरे बाप रे बाप.
नहीं
Others. सर नहीं मालूम सर.
सर, क्वेश्चन से ज्यादा तो आंसर कंफ्यूजिंग था।
Now when you see your answers which are given by ACC, a lot of time you will see this only कि बहुत ऐसे कुछ a lot of conflicts will be there. So then what should you do? Will you sit your time will you waste your time thinking sir answer right नहीं आ रहा है, wrong आ रहा है, ये है वो है? What should you focus? I mentioned the accuracy should be what? 60%. Abhi now in that question confusion is there. Write anything, move forward. If you waste your time there scratching your head etc., you only say me what will you do? You will waste your time. Now out of 5 if you are getting 5, will you be happy or not? You only say. Out of 5 2 3 मिले बस से move to next part where you can score good marks. Now coming to the actual answer क्या हो सकता है? Before discussing the answer, I want you to do the next question also. Not this one, next question. This one. So please read this. First question will discuss the main principles of fair value measurement as set out. Can I say same question? Main principles, you write a valuation technique, etc. Also. Then next one. Whether the proposed valuation of agriculture vehicle would be acceptable in accordance with IFRS 13 fair value measurement. How many marks? 6 marks. So kiske agriculture vehicle they are saying. So the agriculture vehicle question is exhibit 1. So please read this exhibit 1. Let me do one thing. Let me download the answer which has been published by ACCA. You will get shocked by seeing the answer which they have written. 2
अरे
pages.
सर उन लोग तो पूरा थीसिस लिख देते हैं,
That is
पूरा
insane.
IFRS ही छाप देते हैं उन लोग तो
No,
आंसर।
I'm downloading the PDF. 1 minute to show you. मेरे को PDF नहीं मिल रहा है क्वेश्चन का.
So here we'll take Asian market.
Here we'll take what?
Asia. Asia.
1 minute. Asian market. Why Asian market? You say because of
Market.
वॉल्यूम।
चलो will you get out to 6 out of 6 here? कुछ mistake होगा क्या इधर? Mistake will not be there. Yes or no? The answer is full 6 marks you will get and full 7 marks you will get. Now how much did you score out of 25? कितना मिला है?
13.
13. Now what did I mention in your section B? If you have 2 questions, the aim should be what? To get 50. Now see, this question which was done, no, this was a little bit tricky question. It was regarding your FM knowledge, etc. FM. Just I did know present value का वो था. Then a question came from share based payment. It was a straightforward direct question. Abhi in this question, which was the trickiest part? Can I say ये question tricky था? This is tricky. I only say this was a tricky question. Now you only say the rest 19 marks was easy and it was a straightforward question. ये share based payment is straight. And in this also you can easily score the marks. I will say as of now ये कर लिया हमने. Now coming back to the first question which came in your exam. This one. Out of this question, the question was for total 25 marks in total. The first requirement for, can I say this was easy, straightforward? First, I am being practical as per the exam. Then what will you say, sir? Now you only say, here you had a confusion, but out of 5, can I say you'll score 2 marks, it's enough, no issues. Can I say then decommissioning part was that? Let us first complete this. Now please see this question, everyone. Now please calculate the answer. Everything is just given, just follow the table and do the calculation. What happened? Until then, I will download the answer of this. मेरे को मिल रहा नहीं है इसका आंसर. Done reading, everyone. Answer क्या? चलो fast, fast, fast. We have to be quick. चलो चलो. Can I say 2 million is the cost we will include? Yes, sir. Can I say 30% of labor and this one? Can I say 2 million plus 2 million into 30%? 0.6. So this. Then 20% is markup. Can I say markup also we will include better here? Then what? Can I say inflation is given here? What is the inflation? 5%. Risk adjustment, uncertainty is how much? Can I say that risk is what? They are charging what? The premium of 5% here. Then can I say these two things are for what reason? Can I say this is for what? Calculation of your discount rate. So discount rate will be how much here now?
6%.
6%. Okay. 6%.
सर
Then
यहाँ पे प्रीमियम परसेंटेज जो हम लोग लेते हैं फॉर एक्सपेक्टेड कैश फ्लो वो कौन सा परसेंटेज है?
ये कौन सा है? देखो, 6% है बेटे. Uncertainty relating to cash flow. Why premium का meaning क्या? Why do I charge premium? Because I have uncertainty regarding the cash flow. I believe that this can, because of that reason I'm charging 6% extra. Now what is the answer? चलो, can I say इसका किधर है? अभी देखो, ये can I say we will take 2 6 and this is 520. सब total कितना आया? 3120. Then can I say we will add inflation here for this one? Yes sir. Then after inflation this is the value. Risk adjusted कितना है? 6% of this one. Then you will discount. Was this also easy or not? You only say me. ये भी easy था. Yes or no everyone? सबको clear है? Yet I have to come to that point, above point. I will come. Please wait.
Sir. The last thing, 3 divided by 1.06, they won't take 3 years time here.
They have number of years. How much they have given? Let us read.
I think they've given 3 years or something.
3 years.
Think I'm assuming 3 years use.
3 years. So give me 1 minute. Let me check. 1.0. I think I have taken into consideration, but I have not written. What is the amount we have? 3.1? No, 3.829. No. It is taken into consideration, but I think I have not written it. Let me include this. Now it is correct. The value is correct. But
Okay, sir. Okay.
now say me, out of 25 marks, can I say 20 marks was easy or not? 20 to 18 marks was easy. The toughest part was what, sir? Yahi tha confusion. Yes or no? Now, what will be your answer? Now, chalo, this. Now, what is the logic I have thought? I have mentioned what you should see from the market point of view. As per market point of view, what will be your answer? Asian market, yes or no, everyone? As per market, Asian market. So, can I say whatever we have learned till now, the answer should be what? Asian market, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So, what will you write down? You will write down as per Asian market only, yes or no? In your exam, what will you do? Many mentions, sir, first kya? What will you write down?
Sir, can this also be considered under asset restriction? He only buys here in Australia, so it's a asset restriction.
Will this be asset restriction or will this be as per this one? Entity restriction, they are not able to sell. You
Entity restriction or asset, both are same.
write down that and you write your answer, you'll get 5 out of 5. Understood? Yes or no, everyone? Did we complete the first question? The first question was easy. And the last question also, the one part we have completed. Now, please read this one. This question. Please read everyone this question. As mentioned, I'm discussing here. Already we have done these types of questions in the class. Basic questions I have done so that there will be no such issue in this point.
So we have to see the highest and the best use here.
The question is regarding which topic? Everyone.
Highest and
Highest and best use. Now you only say, did we solve the same type of question or not?
yes, sir.
Yes.
Only the numbers. Now see, the question is for how many marks? Arre baap re.
No.
9 marks. That means to write the technical knowledge, 3 marks either.
Mm.
Now here they have mentioned two things here. One is for land and the other one is for brand. Yes or no?
Yes.
There are two things. Now can I say brand is also what, sir? Brand is also a non-financial asset. Yes or no, everyone?
लेकिन वो IAS 38 नहीं हो जाएगा?
IAS 38, in IAS 38 what should we do? वो तो non-financial asset है ना? It's not a financial asset. In IAS 38 also we follow the principle of what? Fair value. We have to calculate the fair value. We should not see the accounting treatment here. IAS 38 is saying what? We only have to do this. Now see here now. They have taken and they are using currently for this for farming purpose. The fair value of this land used for this how much is what?
5 million.
5 million. If they use this, can I say they will get a tax credit of how much?
0.1.
Can I
0.1.
provide a benefit? Now this if it is provided, can I say it will be provided to everyone in the market?
Yes.
Ultimately value will be how much for the fair value?
4.9.
4.5
4.9.
tax
5.1. It's
benefit.
credited.
Yes, then next one see. M has determined the market participant would consider the land could have an alternative residential use. Yes, sir. The fair value of the land for the residential purpose before associated cost is how much? 7.4. Can I say before the cost? But can I say we have to transform this? We have to consider the cost. So how much is this now? They mention a legal cost of 2 million.
0.2 million.
And this 300,000 is what?
Demolition of the firm.
And demolition cost is almost 0.1. So 100,000 they have given, 300,000 they have given, etc. Additionally, the permission for residential use have not been formally given by the legal authority. Because of this, market participants have indicated that the fair value of the land above the cost would be discounted by 20% because of the risk of not obtaining planning permission. Now, can I say planning permission you will get, but you have not taken it? Yes or no? Planning
Yes.
permission you will get, but we have. So, can I say 20% risk is also there? Can I say to calculate the fair value? What does fair value means? We have to consider from the basic market point of view.
Yes.
And market participants are saying what? We have to discount this, so we should discount. Now, what will be the value as per your calculation? Do not see the answer, etc. Will not see. What will be your answer? What will you write down? First, you write down the principle, etc. Here, marks are there also for calculation. So, what will be the answer here?
So here we reduce 7.4 with 2, 3, and 1. So
Okay.
it will give you 1.4 million.
Okay. Okay. Others? What is your thoughts? What should we do here now? I mentioned you can't sit in the exam and waste your time. You have to write down whatever you write down. We have to see whether it's right or not afterwards. So just now we have learned. So what will you do now? You will say,
Sir,
sir,
should we mention?
20
So we will.
will take into consideration.
Yes.
Yes or no? 20% we will take into consideration. Then what are the costs that we will take into consideration? What do you think? To convert that, what are the costs which we should consider here?
Legal
Or
costs.
should we consider this one, sir, that three things legally possible, permissible, all these three things based on the cost?
You will write down, no issues, that you will write down. I'm asking about calculation, that though you will write down because we have already done a basic question here. So other than this, what is the fair value? How will you calculate the remaining the fair value? How we will calculate it? Can I say how much is the value better?
7.4, sir.
Okay, okay,
On that 1.4, 20% discount again.
okay. Will we discount here?
Yeah, because of the risk.
7.4 is what, sir? 7.4 is the value. Then legal cost is there. Can I say I have to reduce that also? Can I say
Yes.
analysis cost is also there? I have to reduce that also. Can I say demolition cost is also there? That also I have to consider because to convert that I have to incur. So can I say if normally a market participant will come, he have to incur all this cost, then only he'll be able to turn. So can I say in total how much will I get? 7 point
1.4.
minus 0.2 minus 0.1 minus 0.3. I am getting 6.8, but they have mentioned that we have to reduce the value by 20% as market participants are saying. So can I say 80% will be value? So how much it will be? Can I say the fair value
5.44.
5.4? But how much is the value as per agriculture? Can I say it is 5.1?
5.
Which one we will consider better here? Which one we will consider? What will be the fair value? Can I say the fair value will be 5.44?
Yes.
Yes. Any doubts to anyone here? I hope this is clear to everyone. There is no such doubts to anyone in this. So let us see. Now for brand, what we will do? Now please say for brand. Here the entity is saying something, but the market is saying something. So what should we do here now? Okay, there is one more question which I forgot to include here. Tobacco company, IFRS 13 also is there in this also. Okay, European market, etc. Vehicles, Asian market. Okay, they have included here this question. You see me, na? Fair value of the land. Again, same repeated question. So for brand, what we will do? So can I say brand is also what a non-financial asset, highest and best use should be considered here?
Yes.
So now you only say market participants are saying what and what is the company saying here? Maran has decided to discontinue the brand on the assumption that it is similar to its existing brands. Yes or no? Maran is planning, this company saying, M company saying that we will discontinue. But do we see from the entity's point of view or from the market's point of view, better?
Market.
Market point of view. If we see from market point of view, can I say we should take this at the fair value?
Yes.
So what will be the fair value here now?
So since market is saying there is no any significant benefit from discontinuation, so the fair value will be 17 million.
Yes, better. The fair value will be how much? You should write down 17 million is the fair value because market participants are saying for M company it will not be a benefit, but from the market point of view it will be a benefit. So we'll consider the fair value is how much? 17 million. Clear to everyone? So this now see the answer. क्या लिखा मैंने?
तो
Yes.
जो आपका वाला आंसर वाला ये वाला फाइल भी आप शेयर करेंगे ना?
हाँ ये शेयर करूंगा मैडम. बट
हाँ सर, क्योंकि एसीसी वाला आंसर्स आर वेरी लेंदी.
अरे बाप रे बाप, ये अभी मैं की शेयर ओके करता हूँ मैं. बहुत टाइम लगा इसको बनाने के लिए. Each and every point I have to see. कोई नहीं, I will share this. I will share this file also so that you can refer. I will add one more question which is that so that all the questions are covered. सबको clear है ये question? Yes.
Sir, like, can you explain that this one, sir, the second part, that 7.4 thing?
Which one?
This one, sir.
Brand?
No, sir, not brand. Above that.
Above.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
how
sir.
much fair value for residential purpose? Understand, when we consider the highest and best use, whatever is the cost which we incur to transform that land into that, we should consider it. Like it's like a transportation cost. Understand, transformation cost is required here. Yes or no? Without that, this is the basic cost. So we have to
Yes.
consider each and everything your transformation cost. Understand? When you do for land and building your non-financial asset, transformation cost will be like your transportation cost. You have to consider that full. So that is the reason we have included each and everything here. These all, and then they mentioned 20% will be reduction in the value. We consider on the 80% as the value. Clear? Now?
Yes, sir. Sir, after that, you told that between the first thing and the second thing, we'll choose one, you told now, sir.
We will come to
That
it.
5.1. Okay.
0.1 is the value, but how much is the value as per this one? 5.4, no? So the fair value of the land.
Yes, sir.
So the land is used for farming, but the fair value of the farming land will be 5.4 in the books. We are using for what? I mentioned it is
Okay,
not
sir.
necessary to convert the land to get the fair value. No. It's an assumption which we are taking and calculate the value.
Okay, sir.
Okay?
Sir?
So, yes, Vedant.
Sir, could you explain the brand part again?
See, what is the brand they have mentioned here? They have mentioned that the brand will have what? In the question, what we have seen for brand? The entity is saying, I am an entity, I acquired one more company. That one, when I acquire that company, I'm getting that brand. Yes or no? The question was that only. यही तो था ना. Let me share 1 minute again the PDF. See here now. M has acquired a brand name associated with the produce from the farm. M has decided to discontinue the brand on the assumption that it is similar to his existing brand. But they have decided to discontinue. But from the market, will they decide to discontinue? No. Why are we purchasing any brand? We are purchasing the brand so that monopoly will be in the market. Basic in that sense, you can analyze. M has determined if it ceases to use the brand, then the indirect benefit will be how much? 20 million. Now you only say, will the market participants discontinue it? No. If market participants were also discontinuing, what would be the brand value? 20 million. They are getting the benefit. But market participants are saying what? We will not discontinue. And the direct benefit is how much? 17 million. If market participants, they say we will not discontinue. If they will not discontinue, what is the benefit they'll get ultimately? 17 million. So can I say I will value the brand at 17 million, the benefit which I'm getting here?
Yes, understood.
Yes. This is the level of question that will come. So that is the reason I say if your base is clear, you will be able to tackle the questions easily. Now, whatever questions we have done, these all were the exam questions. Now you say out of the box question were there. Here and there, 1 or 2 points is okay, it will be out of the box. But 90% of the question what we have learned in the class, that only has been tested in the previous year also. Understand that. सबको clear है? Now, can we take break?
हाँ सर प्लीज, कौन सा बैग?
अभी ब्रेक चाहिए, मालूम है
ये
मुझे.
तो वही बैग है तुम रोज लेकर आते हो।
Sana,
There's only 15 minutes, no, sir. Like, up to one, no. Oh, the two, the class. Oh, yeah. Okay, sir.
That's still two, madam. So now let us take a break for everyone be back by 1. After that, I'll not do any big topic. I'll do small topic only. Do not worry. Everyone be back by 1. Chalo, everyone come back. Professional marks are very less, so do not worry much here. 4 marks are there in ACCA SBR. So that is in the ethics part. Write down simple answer, you'll get it. Link to the case. In SBR, linking to the case is very important. You will get your professional marks. Only 4 marks are there. 2 marks for ethics and 2 marks for the question 4. We'll come to that point. As of now, learning is important.
Sir,
Yes, better.
this is from the new kit only, no?
Some questions are not there in new kit. That is the reason, better.
So this is from the old exam kit, the one before September.
Yeah, by Sitka company, you'll find a very easy question you can do. Mehran, you'll find out. This you'll not find JH company. This also is in your study hub. You'll not find in the exam kit. This is in your kit 2018 question. Tobacco company something. In that you have the second part. So here also it is non-financial asset and it is your principal market. Now see. These are the questions. All are repeated. See, this is repeated. Your principal market, this principal market, same thing. This level 3, this we have to do. This you will understand once consolidation is done, so that you have a little bit idea. It's like level, not level 2, level 2 question. What is your level 2? Some adjustment should be done, no?
सर ऑब्जर्वेबल इनपुट वाला लेवल 2.
Observable inputs you will take and you do some adjustment, same way. Now a question to everyone, a basic question. You only will say me the answer. See now. Today I say I have Reliance company shares. I have 10,000 shares. So this is, let's say, 1% shareholding I have. Can I say when I calculate the fair value, I will see the stock market, whatever is the price? Yes or no?
Yes.
If I say I have Reliance company, I have 10 lakh shares and my percentage is 40 percentage. Now you only say, will my fair value be same or should I consider some premium here? In the stock market, the value is 2000. Will I consider the same as the fair value? No. Can I say market participants will say for me, you have 40%. That means I have some power. Yes or no? Some influence I have. So will I still value my shares at 2000? No, I will value at a higher price, a little.
हायर रेट.
So these are the questions that is tested in the level 2 year Mehran question, which you can do. You will understand. Easy question, not so this one. And this level, this also level 3, it's relating to IS 41. Once we do IS 41, we will do this question. But now you only say 6 to 7 questions which I've done basic in the class. That only was repeated in the exam. Continue. Now these questions, see, this is 2013 question. This is also 2011 question. This is also somewhat old question. Now, when we see recent papers also, the question will be repeated from these 5 to 6 topics are that. Do that properly. If you're lucky, you'll have a question from IFRS 30. Nahi to this topic will not be in your paper. Some other topic will be from some other standard. Simple. So, any doubts in fair value? The confusion you got is where in this question. You mentioned, sir, it should be Australian market, but I mentioned what it will be Asian market.
एशिया.
Do not do that silly mistake, but okay. So with this is done. So what all standards we have completed? We have completed conceptual framework, IFRS 13, IES 16. Now what will I do? I will not take a very big topic. I will take IES 40, investment property, a very small topic. You have to remember 3 to 4 points. Your work will be done. IES 40. Okay. I thought of starting a new topic, but already हो गया आज के लिए बस इतना. Now starting with IES 40. Sir, is this important for SBR? As I mentioned, will calculation be important? नहीं बेटे. जो theory है, some points are there no theory which you have to understand. We will see that, and it has been tested 2 to 3 times those points. Now, just understand. Understanding is very important in these standards. I will give you the list of these also, but as of now, understand the concept. IAS 40 investment property. Now, what does investment property means? When we discuss IAS 16, I gave some or the other idea to you. Yes or no? What was the idea I mentioned? What is investment property? If I say today I have taken a land and building, this land and building I have given on rent. This will be what my IAS 40. But if I say I have a land and building and this I have given on rent and it's my business only, this will become what?
IIS 16.
PP. Yes or no? And I mentioned one more example. I mentioned that if I purchase a land today, I have not yet decided. I have not yet decided what will I do with this. I have not yet decided with this land what will I do. So that also will come under IS 40. If I say I purchased the land today, and the aim is what? Capital appreciation. I think that after 2 months or 3 months or 2 years, the value will go up. I will sell this. So this also will come to what? IS 40 investment property. And understand, it's not my business. Huh? This is not my business. I've just purchased one land. I've thought that okay, after 1 or 2 years, the value will go up. I will sell it. But if I say I purchase land, I sell, I purchase land, I sell, it will be IS2 inventory ho jayega. Yes or no? We are discussing in detail when we did IS 16. Now see what is the definition of your investment property. Sir, investment property is what, sir? Definition. Investment property is a property. That property means what? Land and building or both, held by owner or by the lessee as a right to use asset. Now, sir, what is this point? You will understand when we start IFRS 16. You will understand this when we start your IFRS 16. To earn what, sir? Why we are keeping this? To earn for rental to others. Yes or no? It should not be our main business. For capital appreciation or for both, or use is not determined. Sir, I have not yet determined my use. See here now. Rather than for use in business or sale in ordinary course of business. Clear everyone the definition? Now, what is this? Sir, what is this point by owner or by the lessee? Can anyone say me who is a lessee?
The person who uses the assets.
So if I say today, let me take an example so that you'll have a little bit idea about IFRS. I say a person A is that, person B is that. A has given his property to lease or for rental to B. So in that case, A will be what? A is the owner. B is who? Can I say B is the third party using the asset? Now this A is known as what? Lesser. Yes or no? Owner को lesser ही तो बोलते हैं ना. If I have given a property to you on lease or on rent, can I say I will be the owner, lesser, and the other party who's using is what? Lessee. Now basically what you will say, sir, basically who is paying the rent here? B company is paying the rent. Yes or no? B company is paying the rent to A company. So normally B company should record the rent as what? As an expense. Normally that only. No, if I give my property to you on rent for 5 years, every year you pay 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 at the rent. You will say, sir, what? Every year 10,000 will record as an expense. But a catch is there here. IFRS 16 says what? If the condition, if the definition is met, we say that this should be treated as per IFRS 16 leases. In lease, what will B do? B will record a right to use asset and lease liability. अभी ये क्या right to use asset etc. We will come into detail. But as of now, instead of B recording normal expense of 1,000, 10,000, 10,000, B will do what? B will discount that 10,000 and record the asset and a liability. So that right to use asset can also become a investment property. Once we come into lease, you'll understand that. But as of now, what I mentioned, if I have a land and building, I've given this on rent, IAS 40. If I'm keeping this for capital appreciation, IAS 40. Or if the use is not determined, IAS 40. Rather than for use in business or ordinary. Any doubts in the definition? No. So now property that is rented out to employees is deemed to be owner occupied, IAS 16. See, for owner occupied, it is also known as what? IAS 16 PPM. Owner occupied property will come under IAS 16. Whether the entity is charging full rent or no rent for concessional rent itself. Property being constructed or developed on behalf of third party, it will be what? IFRS 15 revenue. Now example for this. I say that I have a property, I have given this property to you to construct my house. Now will that property belong to you? No, you only will say what? We are doing construction, that construction will be a revenue for you. Understand that much. Then this again, once we come to your IFRS 16 will be clear. I will provide the linkage once we come to that. Land brought but no use is determined, IAS 40. So property which is constructed for future use as an investment property, IAS 40. If I purchase a land, I am planning to construct it and I am planning to give this on rent and it's not my business, IAS 40. Clear to everyone what is investment property? So now coming to some points here now. Dual use of a property. I see this is a building. Ground floor, first, second, third. This ground floor I am using for my office purpose. These 3 floors I have given on rent. And it is not my business to give on rent. Now you only say this building will be IAS 16 or IAS 40? Question mark.
40.
So
IAS
partly
40,
40,
sir.
partly 60.
Yes?
IAS 40, sir.
Partly 40, partly 16.
Partly 40, partly 16. Yes, okay. Others? Question mark comes in the mind. Are basic, I will say what? I have no idea regarding I will say what? This ground floor I will treat as per IAS 16. These 3 floors I will treat as per.
IAS 40.
That only comes no basic logic in the mind. But now when can you do this? Normally, sir, we know that okay, sir, these 3 floors we get. But when can you do this? Conditions are there by the standards. So what are the conditions? Let us discuss those conditions.
So like how we do component accounting.
Same copy paste we component accounting same. But you'll understand some more points here. Understand these for understanding purpose only. बाकी लिखने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. What is important? Definition is important. This one. Give me 1 minute. Now everyone, please see this. What I've mentioned here. Just read once and say me. When will you say, sir, it should be IAS 16 and IAS 40, both? See here now. Dual use of a property. If the land and building is used for dual purpose, means it is partly used for business and partly let out. More than one use, how should you? You have to see one thing, separable. The term known as what? Separable. What are the term separable means? That is, can be sold separately and separate legal title of both the portion is available. If you can sell separately, what sir? I can sell the ground floor separately, I can sell the first floor, like your flat system in apartments. They do know, they sell the this. If you can do that and separate legal title, that means a legal title is available. When will legal title be available? Can I say legal title will be available when we sell? No. If you're planning to sell it separately, legal title will be available. In that case, we say treat both separately. Business property as per IS 16, let out will be as per IS 40. So what is the key term here? Separable. What does separable means? That means the entity can sell it separately and legal title is available. Like your apartments. Sir, if it is not separable, sir, we cannot sell it separately. We have to sell the entire building. We can't sell it separately. Then what should we do? We have to see some important part. If it is significantly used in business, then full property will be classified as IS 16. If it is not used for business and it is used for non-business purpose, then IS 14. If it is significantly used for business, we say IS 16. If it is not significantly used for business, it is for IS 40. Now the example which I have given you only same is significantly we have used for what purpose? What is the significant use here of this building?
Renting purpose.
Renting, sir.
I say if
Rent के लिए चाहिए।
separable, not separable, we will classify this as what, sir? IS 40.
IS 40.
40.
Understanding purpose. This all are for your understanding purpose. IS 40 will not come for 5 to 6 marks. Even though it will come 4 marks, 3 marks, not more than this IS 40 in your exam. We have seen in past papers 4 to 5 times it has been tested for 4 marks, 3 marks, etc. And straightforward questions. So it's better that we understand each and everything so that we will not lose the 3 marks easy which we get in the exam. Any doubts in dual use? No, sir. Okay. Now coming to one more concept known as groups. Now, a parent company is there, a subsidiary company. Now, everyone, I hope you have a basic idea what does parent means and what does subsidiary means. So, parent company means what, sir? 70,
Holding.
or can I say basically we say that what? More than 50 percentage. Now, I say this parent company has a land and building. This parent company has a land and building. This land and building, parent company has given to subsidiary on rent. On rent. So this parent company will say this land and building as what? IS 40. So parent basically means assume like Reliance company is a Geo company. Reliance is the head. So this is a parent father, this is a son. Assuming that way, and we are doing from the family point of view, from the group point of view. So when parent company has a land and building, they have given this to rent for subsidiary. Parent land and building will be recorded as a IS 40. Subsidiary company will do what? Subsidiary company will do the accounting as per IFRS 16, and subsidiary company will say that this is a, what will subsidiary company say? If the subsidiary company has taken on rent, how will subsidiary company record this, etc.?
Lease accounting.
Lease accounting as well. But now you only think, if I see from a group point of view, will this parent company classify this as IS 40 or IS 16 PP?
Sir, IA 16.
Because when we do consolidation, what is the aim? The aim is that both the entities are one entity only. Yes or no? So in that case, this land and building is ultimately used for your business only. Instead of classifying this IS 40 separately, but when we do consolidation, we classify this under IS 60. Clear to this basic point? Not so important, but for understanding for group accounting, this will help you.
Sir, but in individual like point of view, it will be considered as a IAS 40, sir.
IS 40. But in India, also you have to see if it's main business or not, etc. A lot of things. If it is main business, IS 16 only, Papa.
Okay.
Okay, then IFRS 16 here, you have to eliminate everything. This detail I have not seen question coming in your exam, but basic you have to understand. So clear to everyone, land and building, etc. Now coming
Yes,
to,
sir.
we have completed the definition. Any doubts in the definition of this one? Now recognition. Now you only say, when should we recognize a investment property? What are the recognition condition for your IAS 16?
Future economic benefits and it can be measured.
Reliably. Same thing here also. When will I say? Probable future economic benefits. And then what, sir? Cost can be measured reliably. Yes or no, everyone? Give me 1 minute. I have a question PDF which I have to do for SBR. One or two topics which are very important, which we have to do for SBR. Okay, groups we have done. IAS 40, yeah. Okay, this we have done. Okay, ancillary service we have to do. Okay. Chalo, first let us complete this future economic benefits, and it is and here. Right. It is and here, and means both the conditions should be satisfied. Understand that. Now, any doubts in the recognition? Same as your WhatsApp? IAS
16.
no doubts in this. Now, coming to a question. Yes, give me 1 minute. Well, this question we have already done, so no need to again do that part. Okay, let me explain this ancillary services. Before recognition, let me do a small part. Ancillary services. Understand, it's enough. No need to write down all these points. So is this clear, everyone? Come from a consolidation point of view, separate financial statement, we say IAS 40. From the consolidation, we say owner occupied. Now please see ancillary service. Now what does ancillary services means? Let me take an example. I say this building is there, this land and building is there. I have given this to you on rent. If I give this to you on rent, it is what, my IAS 40 or IAS 60?
40.
40 if it's not my business. But I say, if I'm giving this land and building to you on rent and I'm providing a lot of other services, I'm saying that I'm providing a lot of other services. Like, I say that food also will be provided at your doorstep. We have a gym also. Then we have a swimming pool. Then I say all other, we also have bikes and cars which you can use, etc. Now you only say, when I'm giving this to you on rent and I'm providing a lot of other services to you, am I doing a business or I'm still giving a land and building on rent to you?
You're
Business.
doing business.
Yes.
A business only, no. So that means what? Can I say these all are what? Ancillary services. Why I'm doing this? Even though for application point of view for your SBI. So this will become what then? IAS 16. So what does ancillary services say? See here now. If ancillary services provided are insignificant, like normally if I provide maintenance services like cleaning, etc., watchman, that is okay. But if I provide a lot of other services, then it will become my PP. Then it will become PP. So please see the question. Please see this question, everyone. Can I say normally when I take a house on rent, all these services will be provided, basic services. So this will be what then? IAS 40 only.
40.
Now please see this. Can I say this should be measured as per IAS 40? No, it will be under
IAS 60.
simple point. This also we have completed. Consolidation done. This is also done. Now coming to measurement, which is an important part, and there is a difference here, which we have to understand. Recognition, there is no doubt. Now coming to measurement. As I mentioned, when we learn any standard, what are the 6 things? Recognition, measurement, presentation, disclosure, derecognition, definition. Now measurement. Initial measurement, subsequent measurement. Initially at what value?
Cost.
Cost on. Initially it will be your cost. Now what does cost means?
Historic.
Historical. Subsequently, what are the 2 methods I have? Cost model and revaluation. Fair value, revaluation model, whatever we say. So now the difference here. So cost model basically means what? I say, discussing this now. Cost, how we will record this? Same as your IAS 16, that is cost less accumulated depreciation, less accumulated impairment. You have the carrying amount. But in revaluation model, asset is revalued at the end of each year. Where will the fair value, the gain will go to? The gain or loss will be shown to P&L directly. OCI will not come here. Now P&L, sir, which category?
Investing.
Investing.
Yes. Now a important point. When you use revaluation model, no depreciation is calculated. Depreciation calculation is not done better. Depreciation is, no depreciation is charged. Depreciation is not charged. Depreciation is not charged. Understood, everyone? The difference here now? Now here, if we have depreciation also under cost model, this depreciation will be recorded where?
P&L.
P&L, which category? Investing category.
Understood.
Not operating. Now it is investing category. Understand? Now your cost, if it is not like your revenue expenditure, all also will be recorded to P&L, which category? Investing category only. So what is the first difference, sir? The first difference is what? The important difference is expenses will go to investing category here, and the other important difference is what? Gain or loss will go to P&L, not to OCA, and depreciation will not be charged if the company is using revaluation model. Why? Automatically the fair value will consider the part. Clear to everyone the measurement part? Now a question to everyone, basic question. The value of the asset is 10,000. Here the company is following cost. Now the company mentioned here that we will follow revaluation. Will the company charge depreciation for this 1 year? If the company is following revaluation model?
No.
No depreciation for the first year also. Because automatically the fair value will take into consideration. So this is the point, measurement, etc.
सर इसमें कंपनी किसी ईयर में कॉस्ट से रिवैल्यूएशन मॉडल पे भी तो शिफ्ट कर सकता है ना?
We will come to that. We will come to that. That is pending. We will come to that point also better. Now this is clear to everyone. Now let me come to some other basic point. Measurement is done, depreciation. So this is also, see, now these are the notes which are very important, which we have to concentrate in SBR. So please see here everyone. Notes. Now, when we have seen what your IAS 16, we can follow cost, we can follow revaluation, etc. We had taken the class of asset concept there. Yes or no? Class of asset means what? If factory building, factory is there, and office building. For all office building, we have to follow cost or revaluation, or we have to follow for factory either. But when coming to your IAS 40, if you say we follow IAS 40 for all the properties, you should follow cost model only under IAS 40. If you say we'll follow revaluation, you should follow for the entire this one. See, entity should use either cost model or revaluation for all investment property. Yeah, the concept of class of asset is not there yet. For each and everything, we should follow the same. Then changing model. Sir, can we change the model? Cost to fair value to cost to fair value, CN. Entity should not change from one model to other model unless the change will result in a more appropriate presentation. In the IFRS 18, we had learned this. When can the company change from LIFO to FIFO or from revaluation to cost? When it provides more appropriate information. But see here, IAS 40 states that it is highly unlikely that a change from fair value method to cost model will result in a more appropriate. So what is the same? From cost model, if you go to revaluation, no issues. It will provide more better presentation. If you say from revaluation model, we will go to cost, 99.99%, it will never provide a faithful representation when you shift back to cost. But the standard is saying that if the management is saying that if we shift from revaluation to cost and it provides a better information, you can do it. But 99.99%, this is not allowed. Clear to everyone? So see here now, the IFRS 18. What is the linkage between IAS 40 and IFRS 18? We have already covered. Let us read. IFRS 18 presentation and disclosure in financial statement require income and expense in SOPL are classified in one of the category. Yes or no? Out of 5 categories we have to take. Investment property that is unrelated to its trading activities. Investment property generates a return individually and largely independently of other resources. Therefore, holding investment property is a which activity? Investment. We have already learned this. Now IFRS 18 therefore requires what? Income generated by investment property will go where? Will go to investing category like your rental income. If you get rent income also, it will go under what? Investing. Whether income or expense, everything will go to investing only. Income and expenses arising on initial and subsequent measurement. Yes or no? Like initially, if it does not classify for the term known as cost, it will directly go to that. Or including gain or loss on disposal, etc. Everything will go where? To investing. Fair value gain, fair value loss, depreciation, etc. Everything to investing on. Then incremental expenses directly attributable to the purchase or sale of investment property to the extent that purchase expenses are not recognized in the cost of the property. Yes or no? What is this? In IAS 16, we had covered one thing like your staff training cost, abnormal loss. It was recorded where in operating category. If the same thing it is there here, it will go to investing category. वही लिखा हुआ standard में. Then next one, an important point here. Please see this. Other income and expenses, example running cost, maintenance cost or repair, are presented in operating. Here a catch is there. Where do we record this? Any running cost to maintain that property, we are paying some etc. That will go to operating. This has been mentioned by ACCA. But I have to confirm this once by IFRS 18 in the original document. But as of now, ACCA is saying that it will go to operating category, you remember. You just write down PNL in your exam also, you will get marks, no issues in this. It is very important for F7. So that is the reason I've given an advice here for this one point. Because normally you only will argue with me, no, sir, सारा कुछ अपन किधर लेके जा रहे हैं? Everything we are taking to what? Investing category. Then why this to operating category? Yes or no? Logic नहीं बनता है ना? नहीं समझ में आया?
जो आप बोल रहे हैं लॉजिक नहीं बनता है।
हाँ नहीं बनता, बट वो एसीसी ने मेंशन किया दैट यू हैव टू टेक दिस इनटू कंसीडरेशन. So I will clarify this once again. I will see the original document of IFRS 18 and I will let you. But in FR you have to follow this only. For SBR itna aayega bhi nahi. This will not come also. So tension mat lo. What you have to understand this one, this shifting one, changing model is very important here. This is important, and normally where we record each expenses, we record all the expenses in your investing, income, etc. Understand this much. So this is done. So with these part, now coming to the last point, which is important from your IAS 40, which comes in the exam in FR also, SBR also for 3 to 4 marks. Can I do this now? Can we start with this? कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं है. If you understand first case, you will understand everything. Now, can I say, today I have a building. I'm using this for my business purpose. So if I use this for my business purpose, it will be what? IAS 16. Can I say the company is saying that now we have relocated to a new office and this office we are giving on rent now. Now you only say once we relocate to a, if you relocate, can I say the new place will become what? IAS 16. But the company is saying that this we will give on rent. Now you only say, can I say this will be what now? Yeah, IAS 40 hoga. This can happen or not in practical world. Today I have an office I'm using. Once we shift to the new office, what will I do with the old? I say that I will give this on rent and it's not my business. So can I say there is a change? We are shifting from what? IAS 16 to IAS 40. Can I say reverse also? Ulta, it can be ulta also reverse. From IAS 40 it can be IAS 16. So we have to learn this now. So please see here everyone. The first one. So see the first one. I say IAS 16. This has been tested 3 to 4 times. IAS 40. I say IAS 40 is also saying we follow cost model. IAS 16 also says we follow cost model. Will there be any issue? I say that 10,000 is the value. We have depreciated this. 1,000 is the depreciation. The carrying amount is how much? 9,000. This 9,000 will become the cost of IAS 40. Then next one. IAS 16, IAS 40. IAS 16 saying that we follow revaluation model. IAS 40 also says we follow revaluation model. Then can I say 10,000 divided by 10? 1,000 is the depreciation, 9,000 is the value. Now when we do revaluation model, I say the revalued amount is 12,000. How much is the gain? 3,000. This 3,000 gain will go where? OCI or PNL?
P and L.
P&L investing category.
P and L.
Okay, others?
Sir, OCI because it's
OCI.
OCI, okay. Others, what about
सर
others?
OCI.
OCI. Yes or no, Sahana beta? Before we are transferring, we are treating this as per what beta? IAS 16, no? So this will go to OCI. So what will be the value now here? This 12,000 will become the value of this one. अरे इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है सर. Then next one, third case. IAS 16 following revaluation model. IAS 40 following cost model. 10,000 divided by 10,000. What is the amount? 9,000. Again I say revaluation model. The fair value is 12,000. Now you only say this gain of 3,000 will go where?
P&L.
P&L. Okay, one is saying P&L. This 3,000 gain will go where? Revaluation gain. No. Now say me, where will this be recorded? P&L or OCI?
Sir, OCI.
OCI only. This also will go to OCI. Understood, everyone? Before transferring, so what is the first important point? Before transferring, please treat this as per the old IS or IFRS. And now this was easy. Now the fourth case, which is the trickiest part. Now, if I give this 9,000 to this IS 40, now the fair value on that date is 12,000. Now you only say, should 9,000 be the value that I should give, or should 12,000 be the value that I should give to investment?
Sir, 12,000?
12,000.
12,000.
12,000.
Yes or no? IS 40 is saying that we are using revaluation fair value. If you give cost, we will not take. Then can I say this 3,000 gain will be? Now this 3,000 gain will be treated as per what? As
Profit and loss.
IS 16 only. It will go to OCI only. It will be treated as per old standard. Understood the difference, everyone?
नहीं सर, नहीं
नहीं समझ में? फर्स्ट थ्री केस समझ?
सर, 3 और 4 में कंफ्यूज हो गई.
3 और 4 में बेटे. IS 16 is saying which model? Revaluation.
Devaluation.
IS 40 is saying what? Cost model.
Cost model.
Now can I say revaluation model का meaning क्या है? ये जो 12,000 we should revalue and treat as per IS 16 only, no?
Yes.
So this 12,000 will become cost for what? IS 40.
Okay.
Understood? So revalue. Now what is the value here? 9,000. IS 16 is saying we will follow revaluation model. So first treat this as per old standard. So revalue it, and whatever is the gain, give to them. The IS 16. Second case, IS 16 is saying that we follow cost model. IS 40 is saying we follow revaluation model. Now when IS 16 is transferring a asset of 9,000 to IS 40, IS 40 will say that we follow revaluation. We need the fair value. We will not take cost. So what should we do? This 12,000 which is there, no? Whatever is the difference here, kitna here?
1,000.
This will be treated as per old standard only. What is the old standard? IS 16. So
Size 16.
treat
OCI.
old standard, then transfer it, and then treat as per the new standard. So now in future, you only say if 12,000, will I charge depreciation on this? No depreciation,
No.
because the company is using what? Revaluation. But in the old case, if I take 12,000, will I charge depreciation after that?
Yes.
Yes. Understand that. Very good. You have understood this. Now coming to the reverse case. IS 40 to IS 16. Now coming to the first case. IS 40, IS 16. Cost model, cost model. So I said 10,000, same example. 1,000. My carrying amount is how much, sir? 9,000. This directly will go and this will become 9,000. Can I say for further depreciation, I'll calculate on this? 9,000, I will calculate depreciation for future years. The next one. IS 42, IS 16. So revaluation model, revaluation model. 10,000. Now will I charge depreciation here?
No.
Oh, depreciation, Baba. So 10,000 is the, but what is the fair value? I say the fair value is 12,000. Can I say this 2,000 gain will go back? As per P and L.
P&L.
This 12,000 will become what, sir? The IS 16. Now from this, can I say 12,000? What will I do? I will depreciate. Yes or no?
Depreciation.
Depreciation will apply. Third case.
सर, हम लोग सारा केस यही कर रहे हैं जब भी फेयर वैल्यू इंक्रीज हो रहा है. सर, फेयर वैल्यू अगर डिक्रीज होता है, सेम ट्रीटमेंट, राइट?
Same. Treat as per old standard. If it is decreasing, then treat as per old standard. Instead of your 12,000, if I say it is 8,000, take that 2,000 to P&L. इंक्रीज डिक्रीज का कोई लेना देना नहीं है. It is regarding this one. I say revaluation model, I say cost model. Now this 10,000, will I depreciate? No, Baba. It is 10,000. I say the fair value today is what? 12,000. So how much is the gain, sir? 2,000. This 2,000 gain will be recorded in P&L. Then 12,000 will become what? The cost, and we will depreciate it. The fourth case, last one. IAS 40 to IFRS, no, IAS 16. In the latest exam only it has been tested, this one. 2024 only. For 4 marks, this case. No. So I say company is following cost model. This is following revaluation. So if I follow cost, I depreciate it. Yes or no? 1,000. How much is the value today? Now, will I, if I give this 9,000, will this IAS 16 take? No. IAS 16 will say that please revalue this. So I say my fair value is how much? 12,000. So difference is how much? 3,000.
3,000.
Will go to P&L.
P&L.
Will become the value, and this we will depreciate for. So what is the logic? Treat as per old standard first and then transfer it. Clear everyone, all the 8 cases?
Sir, isn't it? Oh, okay, now.
I mentioned do not go with that. What is the standard saying? Do that. So with this part is also done. Question number I have no. It was tested the latest question only. 2024 question only.
Sir, so IAS 40, IAS 40 revaluation gain loss also will go to P&L.
If IAS 40 will go, no.
Even if it's in cost model.
But the gain, it's not a revaluation. Can I say this company is not taking? So that will go to P&L. You're shifting. The basic becomes we are selling and then shifting.
Okay.
सर इस वाले केस में सर जब हमारा कॉस्ट मॉडल पे चल रहा है एंड द कंपनी इज देन शिफ्टिंग टू आईएफआरएस मतलब शिफ्ट कर रहा है आईएएस 16 में तो सर पहले हम लोग ट्रीट करेंगे कि आईएएस 40 को कॉस्ट जैसे वो कंपनी ही आईएएस 40 का कॉस्ट मॉडल को रिवैल्यूएशन मॉडल में जा रहा है पहले देन उसको आईएएस 16 में ट्रीट करेंगे.
So the assumption is what we normally sell this. अभी इसको बेचेंगे तो fair, we sell this at fair value, yes or no? A basic sense. So that is the reason we take. The basic sense is what treat as per old standard, then transfer it. Simple. So with this, I think most of your part of investment property is done. Nothing much is pending here. Let me check. Transfer case we have done. Okay, let me take this one. Disclosure and etc. So please see here now. Inventory to investment property. Sometimes this can also happen. No. Inventory to investment property. I say today I have an inventory of land and building. I am transferring this to investment property. I should treat as per old standard. So when I treat as per old standard, where will the gain or loss go? It will go to P&L under operating category. Property is remeasured to fair value on transfer, and any difference between carrying amount and fair value is recognized immediately in operating category in SOPL. Because we are shifting from inventory to investment. Inventory, everything will be related to operating category. Clear?
सर नहीं
नहीं
बहुत फास्ट था.
बहुत faster. Let me take an example. I say today I have a land. This land is my IS2 inventory. This is my inventory. But I'm saying that I'm using this land for my investment purpose. I say normal. What is my business now? You only say my normal.
Normal business is sell and buy land.
But I say this land I will construct the building
and put on rent
and give this on rent, and it's not my business. मेरा business नहीं है ये. So now you only say from inventory it has been transferred to what?
IAS 40.
40. Now inventory, I say IAS 40 is following cost model. Now your IAS 2 you record mostly at cost only this.
Cost or NRV.
NRV, will the NRV be for land? Land की value कभी decrease होगी क्या? Very rare. Never. So you transfer. Will there be any issue? No issue. Whatever is the cost, directly transfer it. For future years we will depreciate. But I say that this is IAS 2. and this is a IAS 40, but this is at revaluation model. Now what should we do? Can I say first I have to fair value this from cost, I have to bring this to fair value. So when I bring this to fair value, where will I take this 2000 gain? This 2000 gain will be treated as per old IAS. What is old IAS? IAS 2. Yes or no? And then this 12,000 will become here and no depreciation in future. This 2000 will go where now? Operating category. Bete. This will go where?
Operating category.
Operating category. Sabko clear hai? Now please see the disclosures which are given. Same as your this one. We'll do a question also. I'll show you the exam question also. A very easy, straightforward question. 4 marks के लिए. Before that, let me check the question number. Question, yeah.
सर बुक में ना एक क्वेश्चन था कॉन्सेप्चुअल फ्रेमवर्क में which was on IAS 16 and IAS 40 also.
हाँ बेटा. Which one? Kaplan book?
Kaplan book में.
Okay. That was regarding conceptual framework. Illustration tha, I hope so. Whether we should use PNL for investment property, should we use PNL or OCI? I think so that only. वही क्वेश्चन रहेगा. कि और कुछ दूसरा क्वेश्चन है बेटा?
सर याद नहीं है वो मैं पढ़ के फिर अगर नहीं समझ में आएगा
Okay.
तो आई विल सेंड यू ऑन व्हाट्सएप.
Yes, no issues बेटा.
Sir,
Okay, daddy. Yes बेटा.
could you explain point 5 and 7 in disclosure?
Point 5 and
7.
7. So what is the same? Now see please, accounting policy. Accounting policy means what? Whether we will use cost or revaluation, we have to disclose. Now when we use cost or revaluation, what did I mention? Everything will be what? Everything, all investment property should be either cost or this one. Then assumption in determining the fair value. Yes or no? IFRS 13 we have seen. What is the assumption? Whether we have considered level 1, level 2, principal market, most advantageous market, we have to disclose that. If cost model is followed, what should we do? We should say which is the depreciation method. Most of the time SLM only. And even though we are using cost model, we have to still disclose what is the fair value. Even though we are using cost model, still we have to provide a disclosure for what? Fair value. What is the fair value of that? Clear to everyone? Yes, sir. Now see, if revaluation model is followed, disclose a reconciliation of the carrying amount of the investment property at the beginning and at the year end. Like your passbook, I mentioned opening. What is the increase during the year? We have to mention that. Is this clear then? Any restriction or pledge on investment property. That means if I have an investment property and this investment property I've given for some security purpose, I need some money. I have kept this as a mortgage. So in that case, this is kept as a security purpose. We consider this point and we disclose this if it has been kept as a security purpose. Clear now? Then details of the income and expense for such investment. What is the income? What is the expense during the year? And use of the independent professional value. Can I say when coming to the concept of fair value, will you do the fair value calculation? It is done by someone else. You are the accountant. You should know what? How is the accounting done? Fair value, when they calculate, you have to determine whether it's right or wrong. But that fair value calculation will be done by a valuer who will be having a very good knowledge. Because as a accountant, you will not have such a good knowledge regarding everything around the world so that you can calculate the correct fair value. If you're using a professional guy or professional body or a professional member, anyone to calculate the fair value, we will disclose it. Clear? Now see, your IAS 40, we had learned conceptual framework. Sky company has a link with conceptual framework and IAS 40. Then, और कौन सा क्वेश्चन है? IFRS 13 Mahan company we have done financial instrument, IFRS 18 tobacco, intangible asset, crypto. नहीं है इसमें, नहीं है इसमें, नहीं है. Any doubts to anyone? 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Let us solve the exam kit question directly. इसमें मिलेगा मेरे को क्वेश्चन. I hope everyone has the exam kit now. सबके पास एग्जाम किट है?
नो सर।
सर कैप्लन का
हाँ.
हाँ सर है।
Okay, let me do one thing. Let me copy and paste this question only. In the group, you can refer this question. अभी क्या इसको मैं आई विल शो द कैप्लन वीडियो पर, ये यूट्यूब पर जाएगा, स्ट्राइक आ जाएगा, ये तो ये दिक्कत हो जाएगा, वो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करेंगे. वेयर इज दिस क्वेश्चन? I'm not able to find the question. IS 40, IS 40. Question number 34. This question, yeah. Let us do this question first. Alright, 1 minute. I have the Excel file only, no? Yo, Excel file is ready. Give me 1 minute. I forgot to make the Excel file ready. Somebody SBR. Questions.
So requirement 3, is that the one?
Yes, yes. Everyone, please see this question. Question number 34. Let me share only. कुछ problem नहीं होगा तो. Can everyone see the question? They mentioned land, no? So please read this once. Before that, let us read the requirement. What is the requirement? Let us see now. See now in your exam, they'll say using exhibit 1. In exhibit 1, this is the data. Then exhibit 2, exhibit 3. They mention using exhibit discuss how the land and its fair value should be accounted for the year ended for 6 months. Abhi straightforward question tha ye. So they mentioned regarding this. So please read this. What files? ये नहीं. Once done, please say me. So what they mentioned here now? What is the answer you'll be writing? Chalo. Not much. I will discuss this and one more question. So with this, your IAS 40 also will be done.
So it's like they've taken the similar this thing fair value than their own.
Okay, they have mentioned regarding both the things here. They have mentioned what? Regarding fair value also and as well as IAS 40. So others, what 6 marks requirement? What will you be writing the answer? Answer क्या लिखोगे आप? Let be on 31st June December 2006, C acquired a land for 10 million. The intention was to turn it into an employee car park. The cost of the land was recorded as a PP. Okay, they initially recorded this as a PP. Now you okay. By 1st September 2007, so after 8 months, the land had not been developed into a car park. Many employees had started working from home, meaning that a car park was no longer required. And so C decided that it would lease this land instead. So can I say there is a shift or not? First, they classify this as IAS 16. Now, can I say they are giving this on rent? Can I say it will become what then?
IAS 40.
IAS 40. Till now, we get to know that it's a. So C classified the land as investment property and measured it at original cost of 10 million. Now, you only say me, is this right? Okay, as of now, it is okay. C wishes to use the fair value model in IAS 40 investment property. Now, you only say. On that date, they are planning to use what?
Fair value model.
Fair value model. Can I say there is a shift from IAS 16 to IAS 40? Both the
Yes.
IAS 16 falling cost, IAS 40 also falling cost. There is no such issues. But here they are saying is what? C company is planning to use which method?
Revaluation.
So now you only say, will the answer be right, whatever they have done?
No, sir.
Understanding which we have, so wrong, hai na? So
Yes, sir.
basically, you will say what? From September 2000X1, there is a change in the use of the asset. So instead of being capitalized as a PP, we should capitalize this as for investment property. Then let us read. However, as at 1st September 2007, C believed that it was impossible to measure the fair value of the land due to legal complication concerning public access. Now there is a issue. They are saying that we are not able to calculate the fair value because of some legal issues. A nearby plot of the land of similar size with similar legal complication was sold. Now you only say, can I say, even though they are mentioning what? It's difficult. Now you only say, is this difficult to calculate?
No.
So level 1 or level 2 they have used here as per IFRS 3.
Sir, level 1.
Level 1,
Sorry, level 2, level 2.
level 2. So can I
Level 2.
link this as per IFRS 13 saying that a
Yes.
land and we can do some of the other adjustment as per our property or the land. Then next one. On 31st December 2001, the legal issue was resolved. Okay. The legal issue has been resolved. So once the legal issue has been resolved, can I say the value will change again? Fair value will change?
Yes.
C had survey who stated that it had a fair value for much? At this date. Okay, the fair value is increasing. Now you only say me better. Can I say first it was what? From 10 million, can I say we are traveling to 11? From 11,
Yes.
we are traveling to what?
11.5.
5. Okay. Then after this, C calculated a fair value gain of 1.5. Okay, can I say my ultimate gain is what? 1.5?
Yes.
As the difference between 10 and this gain was recognized in the investing category of the profit and loss. Now, when coming to this, is this right? You only say. Can I say there is a shift from this to this? This gain should be recorded as per old standard. Yes?
IAS 16. Sir, first 1 million will be recorded as per IAS 16.
And this 0.5 will be
5 will be recorded as per IAS 40.
Now you only say this question was straightforward or not for 6 marks. You have to write down that IFRS 13 also says what fair value, that we should use the level 2 and level 3 input to calculate the value because similar plot has been sold, etc. XYZ. So then you will say what? Instead of this full 0.1.5 recorded in investing category, can I say that is wrong? Only 0.5 should be recorded in investing. Clear to everyone?
Yes.
Others?
Sir, दोनों treatment लिखेंगे ना कि first 1 lakh should be recorded in operating category and the second 0.5 million will be recorded in
Yes.
investing category.
That 1 million will be recorded in what? 1 million will be recorded in OCI.
OCI.
5 will be recorded where? In your
PL.
P&L. And you should mention IFRS 13. If you just write down this, only 3 marks. IFRS 13 also had a linkage here. So 1 marks is for what? First you will write down a sentence saying that there is a shift or the change in the use of the asset. So we will shift. We are shifting from IAS 16 to IAS 40. So the land will be classified as per IAS 40 from 1st September 2007. Now they are mentioning that it is difficult to calculate the fair value. But can I say here, already a similar plot with same legal complication has been sold here. So the fair value is how much on that day? 11 million. So we will consider this and we will do some or the other adjustment. But as of now, this has been sold in September, same legal complication. Then will there be any adjustment? No such adjustment. If they would have just mentioned similar land, but legal complication is not there, then you would have reduced your value. But they mentioned similar with legal complication also, this one. You will take this and you will write down the differences, what are. So now let us see the answer is 34, no? Let us see answer क्या दिया हुआ इसका. Now yeah, we got the answer. Okay, see now, change in use. First, they have written this only, whatever I mentioned. However, the change in use from the business purpose to property which earn rental should be a investment property, because they mentioned clearly why they are using this for rental purpose. Then IAS 40 give the entity the choice to either use cost or this one. IAS 40 state that if fair value of investment is not reliable, the entity should measure the investment property at cost. If I say fair value is not available, then what we do? Ultimately, we'll follow which model? Yes or no, everyone? If fair value is difficult to calculate, then the company will say that we will follow
Cost model.
cost model, simple. Then they may here now this you have to write down. Can I say even though, but can I say it is the company will be able to determine the fair value because there has been a similar plot which has been sold here. So you will say that the as per IFRS 13 fair value, it would most likely be level 2 or level 3. They have not given full data here. You can say level 2 also, no issue. But see the major part here now. Whatever I mentioned in the case, same question came. Clear to everyone? The question was for 6 marks. Let us see the marking scheme. If you would have written this one, you would have got 2 marks. Only the first paragraph, if you would have written saying that we have to shift from IS 16 to IS 40, 1 mark. The second marks was for the logic, saying that this we are keeping for rental purpose, 2 marks. So see, 2 plus 3 plus 6, how much is this? 8 marks in total, but maximum how much you'll get? 6 marks. Here the answer is written for how many marks?
8 marks.
8 marks. But how much you should score? Even though you will not write some points, you will not write down this. See, in exam, you will not be able to write down this kachara. You will not be able to. Link bhi nahi hoga. You will just write down this as per IFRS 13. It is fair value. This you will write down this 1 point. You will write down this here. You will get 2 marks. Then you will write down this. You will get your 3 marks. Then 6 marks. 1 million of this one, 0 point this, and investing category OCI. Done. Here they have written this answer for 8 marks. But how much should we score? 6. अभी समझ में आया? In the first class I mentioned there is a room here. Okay, better then. Others? Now, see, whatever we study, that is the reason I say if your concepts are very good, it will be easy for you to link to the answer and write down. So, 2 to 3 questions are there, and one more I mentioned. See the Excel sheet. Excel sheet is visible. So, please read this question, everyone. Choice of measurement basis, I mentioned. See here now. IS 40 and choice of measurement basis came for 6 marks. Your conceptual framework. Measurement part. Now, how will you start your answer here now?
The definition of the.
Can I say we will write down as per IFR, as per conceptual framework? Conceptual framework says that measurement basis, there are two things. First one is historic cost, and the next one is what? Current value. Yes or no? Under current value, we have what all?
Fair value, replacement, and value news.
How should we decide whether we should use current value or historic cost? We learned the difference here, yes or no? We learned two important things: the characteristics of the asset and liability, and then the way the asset will provide benefit to us. So can I say here we have to, this is a type 2 question. Type 1 was very easy. Type 2 question was what? Whether conceptual framework is consistent with your IS and IFR. Now you only say whether conceptual framework is consistent with this or not. Yes, others? Anyone? Please say me whether this is applicable or not, whether this is consistent with your conceptual framework, yes or no.
दिमाग नहीं चल रहा है.
दिमाग नहीं चल रहा है तो बहुत है आज के लिए, इसलिए. Others? I mentioned two types of questions will come in conceptual framework and you can see this. दिमाग चलेगा नहीं भी, आज के लिए बहुत हो गया. No issues. Tomorrow again I will discuss this. Understood everyone? But have you understood the IS 14 IFRS 13 today? That
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
this conceptual framework, etc. I will discuss this tomorrow. No issues. Revise and come conceptual framework. Then all you will understand.
और सर कल के क्लास वाला रिकॉर्डिंग
अरे अपलोड नहीं किया ना, अरे I will send it, sir will upload it. Okay. So tomorrow should I start revenue or should I start leases?
तो लीजेस
Leases.
sir.
Lease.
सर थोड़ा रिलेटिव रहेगा इससे.
किससे रिलेट होगा? रेवेन्यू
सर
थियरी है, रेवेन्यू पूरा थियरी, लीज तो थोड़ा बहुत कैलकुलेशन है. रेवेन्यू
सर इसीलिए लीजेस.
okay, then tomorrow I'll start with lease. Tomorrow you should be ready. F7 also I'll teach after the SBR सिखाना. So tomorrow I will try to complete the sale and lease back and lessors accounting. And then lessee accounting, sale and lease back, and lessors accounting we will do next class. Okay. Others?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Habit of sitting 5 hours to study. अरे बाप. कोई नहीं. As I mentioned, we will go slow only. No issues in that. And be ready for your, whenever you have holidays, I will be calling you. So you have to come, sit morning and listen to me. If we want to do a lot of questions, exam kit also in the class, little bit you have to sacrifice your holidays. Then bye bye. Have a good day. Signing off. Radhe Radhe to everyone.